Chapter 3087. Between heaven and earth, a sword light flashed, splitting all the thunder lightning. The terrifying fist was destroyed. The domineering aura was strong, but it wasn't powerful enough. Lin Xian commented indifferently. How arrogant! How can you understand my fist technique? Sky Tyrant Fist, second move. Jun Wuya's face darkened and he attacked again. One had to admit that Jun Wuya was extremely terrifying. His strength had reached the late-stage 9-star king realm, and coupled with a half-saint martial art, it was terrifying to the extreme. There were probably only a few people in the entire extraordinary warrior manor who could defeat him. The monstrous power engulfed Lin Xian. Countless people exclaimed, and the martial artists of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. Jun Wuya was indeed extraordinary. He had reached such a level with the Sky Tyrant Fist. Yes, this domineering aura was enough to make one's soul tremble before the battle. He had suppressed the enemy with his aura even before the battle. Although Lin Xian had destroyed the first move of the Sky Tyrant Fist, the second move and the next few moves would be difficult to deal with. Not necessarily. This kid's strength was not bad, and he must have a trump card. Everyone was discussing. In front of them, among the energy in the sky, a golden light flashed and turned into golden thunder lightning. It slashed the heavens and the earth. Puff! 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 Sword Qi formed a golden lotus that bloomed in the sky, breaking the energy in the sky. I've said it before, it's not powerful enough. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. With a swing of his sword, the sword lotus in the sky quickly expanded, turning into a huge mountain that shrouded the ground. Thousands of sword Qi smashed down, piercing through the void, forming a sword rain that completely enveloped Jun Wuya. Get lost! Jun Wuya opened the sky with his hands like a peerless overlord, wanting to tear the sword lotus in the sky apart. Boom! 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 His palms were like the palms of a god, grabbing the terrifying sword lotus in an instant. With a forceful pull, the sword lotus shook violently, but the sword Qi hanging down was even more terrifying. Clang! 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 The sword Qi in the sky crashed down, and Jun Wuya's domineering aura formed a battle armor that covered him. The sword Qi clashed with the battle armor, creating a shocking sound. It's useless. You can't break my domineering aura. Jun Wuya was very confident, but soon he frowned, and his expression turned ugly. The sword lotus had completely bloomed, and the power of the sword Qi had increased exponentially. Cracks had appeared on his domineering battle armor, and it had shattered with a loud bang. Whoosh! In the face of such a terrifying sword Qi, Jun Wuya took half a step back and tilted his body, wanting to dodge. However, this sword strike had still managed to cut off a strand of his black hair. In fact, there was even a sword scar on his face. Jun Wuya was injured. Countless people screamed in disbelief. Jun Wuya's body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with rage. How dare you injure me? You have committed a heinous crime. I will let you know my true strength. With a shout, Jun Wuya's aura became terrifying. Sovereign's descent. Surrender. The divine light in his eyes shone brightly, enveloping the entire world. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a gigantic spirit god. All the geniuses in the area trembled. Even the faces of the elders changed. Then, a terrifying light gushed out from their bodies. As for the other geniuses, they were shrieking. Damn it! Why can't I resist the urge to kneel before him? Even my soul is trembling. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is it so strange? The expressions of the people around the arena changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Many people bit the tip of their tongues and frantically retreated. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei were astonished. The only person that could be considered to be calm was the northern monster. As expected, this kid had made new progress in comprehending the great Tao. The northern devil smiled. He's already using this power at this time? It seems that Jun Wuya wants to end the battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered, and their expressions were solemn. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The path of dominance, that was Jun Wuya's trump card. He had used it so quickly. Would Lin Xian be able to resist it? There were 3,000 great Daos and countless laws. The path of dominance was one of them. Once the path of dominance was used, it was like a supreme king. Everyone would worship him. They wouldn't dare to resist. Although Jun Wuya hadn't truly comprehended the laws of great Tao, he had far surpassed the power of ordinary runes. Therefore, at this moment, under his power, these geniuses all trembled. Lin Xian was the first to be affected. He felt a force pressing down on him, wanting to make him submit to the person in front of him. That force was too strong. It was like a god's hand pressing down on his body. Is this the power that's close to the Tao? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He also had this kind of power, but he had never felt it before. Now that he felt the other party's domineering power, he was incomparably excited. Submit! Another cold shout. Countless people's souls trembled, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's side was also under greater pressure. The power that was close to the Tao was too mysterious and too powerful. Jiao Yang's body emitted millions of rays of light, but he also trembled slightly. This wasn't a direct attack, but a different kind of submission. It was a supreme will that directly affected the soul. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, this was a power that was close to the Tao. In the entire elite scholar manor, there were no more than 5 young people who had this kind of power. Jun Wuya was one of them. Under this kind of power that was close to the Tao, no one could resist, unless Lin Xian also displayed that kind of power. Impossible. Although Jun Wuya was a young genius, he was also a few hundred years old. He had been comprehending the ethereal heavenly steel for a long time, and only then did he comprehend that trace of domineering Tao and obtain this kind of power that was close to the Tao. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the full moon, wordless steel, it had only been a few months. It was impossible for him to succeed. Yes, I heard that he defeated the Poison King with a power that was close to the Tao, but I didn't believe it at all. Everyone was discussing intensely, and the elders were also nervous. On the full moon peak's side, the great elder's eyes flickered. If you have a power that's close to the Tao, hurry up and use it, he urged in his heart. On the stage, Jun Wuya's divine light shone brightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, like a supreme king overlooking everything. Lin Xian's body emitted golden light, like a sun war god, but he trembled slightly, as if he would be defeated at any time. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian's expression changed. It became sharper and more determined. A loud voice came from his mouth. I, Lin Xian, will not bow to the heavens, nor kneel to the earth. I will only respect myself. Accompanied by this voice, the dragon roared in his body. His eyes shone brightly, and his body stopped trembling. Rays of sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a giant dragon that rushed to the 9 heavens. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the wind whistled. Everyone exclaimed, and the elders also stood up in shock. Chapter 3088. Impossible! How can he block such a power that's close to the Tao? He didn't submit. These people were all stunned, especially the elders of the ethereal peak. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Almost no one is a match for a power that's close to the Tao. How did that kid block it? No matter how powerful his sword technique is, it's impossible. Is that the power of the dragon sword soul? Jun Wuya was also stunned. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That kid didn't kneel down and submit to me is really beyond my expectations. Dragon sword soul? He gritted his teeth and snorted. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, it was still inferior to the power that was close to the Tao. Only the Tao is eternal between heaven and earth. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject must die. Jun Wuya shouted again. Boom! Countless runes rolled on his body, and his domineering aura covered the entire world. For a moment, everyone trembled again. Many people screamed, "Damn it, what's going on? Why do I want to draw my sword and kill myself? Block it." Clang! Some people couldn't help but draw their swords. In the next moment, they threw away their weapons in horror and retreated crazily. Seeing this scene, the elders once again set up their ray formation and completely enveloped the disciples who didn't participate in the battle. In the world, only Lin Xian and Junwia were not enveloped by the array formation. It's too terrifying. How can this be? Wang Ji's body trembled. He looked at the long sword on the ground with a face full of horror. At that moment, he had drawn his sword and wanted to stab his own heart. The power of the Tao, that's the power of the Tao. There was also a flying dagger at Yi Fei's fingertips that was very close to his neck. Moreover, he was swept by the aftermath of the power. One could imagine how terrifying the impact would be for Lin Xian, since he was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. That was the power that was close to the Tao. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was terrified and envious. If the power that was close to the Tao was already so terrifying, how powerful would the laws of the Great Path be? If the saints wanted to kill them, they could turn countless invincible kings into ashes with a single sentence. Everyone below the sage level was nothing but an ant. Jun Wuya wasn't a saint, not even a half-saint. However, he had grasped a power that was close to the Tao, and he was completely superior to those invincible kings. Wang. Under this force, Lin Xian's hand trembled slightly. He raised the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, wanting to stab himself. Lin Xian was astonished and his eyes lit up. It can actually affect me? As expected of a power that was close to the Tao. However, it was a pity. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword soul within his body roared crazily, and a surge of power flowed into his hand. Instantly, his hand stopped trembling and became as steady as a rock. His hand was steady. How could this be? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. How could such a terrifying power not affect Lin Xian? Damn it, how did he do it? I don't believe it. Black Demon's eyes widened in shock. Just now, he couldn't help but want to attack himself, which made him feel a lingering fear. He knew that in front of Junwia, he was no match for him. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Moreover, from the looks of it, he did it effortlessly. He couldn't believe it. Huangfu Beitian was the same. His face was full of shock. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes were wide open. The northern monster's eyes flickered. It seemed that Jun Wuya had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Jun Wuya's attack. This guy was indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. Wang. Lin Xian stabilized his hand and slashed out with his sword. A huge crack appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly as it charged forward. Jun Wuya's pupils shrank. His body swayed and he dodged the sword. Damn it, you're not affected? How could this be? Jun Wuya was the most shocked. Did his domineering Tao lose its effect? This was impossible. Previously, when facing the peak invincible kings, he used his domineering Tao. Those invincible kings had to kneel in front of him and commit suicide. No one could resist. However, his two attacks were ineffective now. Who could tell him? What was going on? Lin Xian's expression was cold. A power that was close to the Tao. It was indeed powerful. However, this was the extent of your domineering Tao. Next, I'll show you my power that's close to the Tao. What did this kid say? He also had a power that was close to the Tao. This was impossible. The crowd screamed crazily. The elders trembled. Could it be that this kid had really comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? It had only been a few months. Was he going to defy the heavens? These people went crazy. At this moment, Even the peak masters and grand elders' expressions changed. Their eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was putting on an act, or if he really had that kind of power. On the stage, Junwuya was also stunned. Then he burst into laughter. "Kid, what did you say? You also have a power that's close to the Tao? What a joke!" His face was full of disdain, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He admitted that the other party was able to obtain the recognition of the Moongazer stele. His talent was heaven-defying. But so what? It had only been a few months since the other party obtained the Moongazer stele. What could the other party do in these few months? As for him, he had been in the extraordinary scholar manner for more than 100 years. Since 100 years ago, he had begun to comprehend the ethereal stele. It was only in the recent 10 years that he had successfully comprehended a trace of power. He had obtained a power that was close to the Tao. Just like that, he was already a peerless genius, ranked fourth in the entire extraordinary scholar manner. The other party was just a newcomer. How could he compete with him? He did not believe that the other party had such power. You don't believe it? It's okay. I'll let you see it. Lin Xian raised his finger and pointed to the front. Annihilation. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was nervous. The elders were also watching nervously. Junwuya was even more stunned. He was on high alert. Lin Xian had the sword qi of the great dragon sword spirit. It was extremely terrifying. He was afraid that the other party would display some sharp sword technique. Hence, he was prepared. But in the next moment, he was stunned. There was no terrifying sword qi rushing out from the other party. What's going on? Is this a bluff? Kid, you're really funny. Do you think that I, Junwuya, am scared? Junwuya snorted in disdain. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. He did not believe that the other party could grasp such power. Buzz! Suddenly, his entire right arm turned into ashes and no longer existed. Ah! Junwuya let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His right arm quickly disappeared, vanishing into thin air. How is this possible? Junwuya was stunned. He half knelt on the ground and covered his wound. Chapter 3089. Heavens, what happened? Who can explain it? Those geniuses widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Those elders were also trembling. The great elder stood up. The peak master sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the mansion master's eyes were shining brightly, illuminating the entire world. A power that was close to the Tao. Damn it! How could this kid have such power? Impossible, he had only comprehended it for a few months. Could it be that he was already so heaven-defying? Is this kid still human? These people went crazy. The black demon's body trembled and his face twisted. He roared crazily. Damn it! How could he have comprehended it? I don't believe it. How could he have comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? Huangfu Beitian was also stunned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others screamed. The North Demon's eyes flickered. It appeared, this power really appeared. He had mastered this power, and it seemed to be a very domineering and destructive power. Lin Xian's move stunned everyone in the mansion master. Countless people were terrified. On the arena, Junwuya also came back to his senses. He screamed crazily. I don't believe it. How did you comprehend it? He had gone crazy. It took him 100 years to comprehend it, but the other party comprehended it in a few months? How could the gap be so big? He had never heard of it before. Even Yi Guqing wasn't so terrifying back then. Seeing Junwuya roaring crazily and no longer having the domineering aura of a king, Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your ant-like vision to understand me. I'm not an existence that you can understand. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand again and swept it out. Annihilation of the sword. The blade drew an arc, and an incomparably terrifying power was used. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was a power that Lin Xian had comprehended. Jun Wuya's body swayed, and he threw out a few sky tyrant fists, but they all turned into ashes. At the next moment, he came to the other side. The king's order, disappear. Now, Jun Wuya had no choice but to use his domineering Tao to resist. This domineering Tao was extremely terrifying. He was like a supreme king, commanding everyone and everything. For example, making people kneel or making people commit suicide. Now, he wasn't targeting Lin Xian. Instead, he was targeting the destructive power and making it disappear. In the sky, the strange sword Qi indeed stopped. Its light dimmed and its power weakened, as if it was about to disappear. This was the power of the Tao of dominance. However, the domineering Tao wasn't having it easy either. Under the power of annihilation, it was disappearing slowly as well. Two powers that were close to the Tao collided in the sky. In an instant, the surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated, turning into countless large black holes. It was soundless, but it was more terrifying than a myriad of divine abilities. Everyone knew that right now, even if a king at the perfect level stood there, he would be instantly killed, unable to escape at all. You really do possess a power that is close to the Tao. Jun Wuya was too shocked. With this kind of power, one would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of the extraordinary warrior mansion. The other party was a very powerful enemy. But so what? Jun Wuya smiled. I admit that you are very strong, and your talent is heaven-defying. I have never seen anyone who could comprehend this kind of power so quickly. But it's a pity that you still met me. Jun Wuya's body emitted a terrifying aura, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. If it was me a few months ago, I might not have been your match. Unfortunately, in these few months, I have a breakthrough in my comprehension of heaven and earth. My control of the Tao of dominance has improved again. So, you're not my opponent at all. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Sovereign descends. As he spoke, the power of the Tao of dominance in front of him became stronger again. It was as if a heavenly emperor had been resurrected, looking down on the common people. At this moment, everyone felt that they were insignificant and would be crushed at any time. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, they didn't expect Jun Wuya to be hiding his strength. This kind of power that is close to the Tao is too terrifying. It has already surpassed Lin Xian. Unless Lin Xian had other trump cards, he couldn't win at all. What other trump cards could he have? Being close to the Tao was already his greatest trump card. Everyone shook their heads. Although Lin Xian was monstrously strong, he was probably going to lose this time. Has his strength increased again? Seeing that the sword Qi he sent out was slowly disappearing, and the emperor figure of his opponent was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. True strength? Well, I will let you see it. With a low roar, the great dragon sword soul erupted. The power of the great dragon sword soul overlapped with the power of annihilation. In front of him, the sword light was originally dim and about to be extinguished at any time. But suddenly it seemed to be injected with a mysterious power and suddenly rose sharply. It slashed in the air. That heaven emperor-like body was sliced in half at the waist. Whoosh! The emperor figure and the illusion formed by the Tao of dominance disappeared. Jun Wuya spat out blood and fell to the ground. How is this possible? He actually broke my Tao of dominance. Could it be that he was also hiding his strength? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Jun Wuya's body trembled. The others were also stunned. They were like statues, their minds in a daze. This scene was simply too inconceivable. He won, he actually won. The northern monster's pupils shrank. He knew Jun Wuya's strength. In his opinion, it would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against Jun Wuya. It was even possible that both sides would be injured. But now, Lin Xian actually suppressed Jun Wuya. He was not injured at all. It seems that his strength is beyond my imagination. The northern monster took a deep breath. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were both shocked. They felt a great threat. A rising new genius was coming toward them, so they had to be careful. They were afraid that if they encountered Lin Xian in the future, they would have to use their full strength. Otherwise, they would end up like Jun Wuya. The black demon's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian. He thought that his strength had increased greatly in the past few months, and he could easily trample on Lin Xian. But now, after seeing the battle between Lin Xian and Jun Wuya, he immediately changed his mind. Fight with Lin Xian? Trample on Lin Xian? What a joke! Even Jun Wuya, who had comprehended the Tao of Dominance, was not a match for him, let alone him. Now, he only hoped that they would not encounter each other. The Great Elder, the Four Peak Masters, and the Mansion Masters were also overjoyed. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Finally, another peerless genius appeared in their extraordinary scholar mansion. Perhaps this guy would not be inferior to Yi Guqing when he grew up. Chapter 3090. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder hurriedly announced the result. Soon, someone carried Jun Wuya off the stage. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he arrived below the stage. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued to watch the battle. This guy actually won. He actually comprehended the full moon wordless steel. How despicable! Qing Wu was stunned, and so was Zhong Lingxiu. Shen Jingqiu was even happier, and her big eyes turned into crescents. The battle continued. This time, it was Shui Jiyu and Heimo's battle. When the two of them came out, the crowd exclaimed again. These two were also outstanding prodigies. If the North Yao Yulinglong and the others were the top prodigies who had comprehended the Tao, then Shui Jiyu and Heimo were the second tier. Whether it was Heimo or Shui Jiyu, they were the top existences even in the second tier. Especially these two, they had been in the prime of their lives recently. Heimo had fought his way back from the fallen abyss, while Shui Jiyu had fought her way back from the blood refinement star. These two places were extremely dangerous, and even half-saints weren't willing to enter some places. However, not only did these two go in, but they also came back alive, and their strength had greatly increased. On the stage, Shui Jiyu waved her blood-red scimitar, and she turned into a killing god. Monstrous blood-red light surged in all directions, covering the entire sky. Everyone's blood boiled, and the murderous aura made many people faint. On the other side, Heimo was even more violent, and his demonic aura filled the sky. The battle between the two was like a killing god fighting a demon king, and it was earth-shattering. All kinds of magical techniques emerged one after another. Even the elders nodded in satisfaction. These two were not bad, and their strength had greatly increased compared to before. Is Shui Jiyu going to use the blood crystal? An elder exclaimed. Heimo was going to use the 9 heavens fallen demon. In the sky, countless blood-red scimitar lights quickly condensed into a blood-red figure, and it carried a powerful force as it charged over. On the other side, the 9 heavens were upside down, and countless black runes formed a black abyss. 2 terrifying forces exploded, destroying the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. In the end, Black Demon won by half a move, and a hellish crack pierced through the blood-red figure, causing Shui Jiyu to cough up blood and fly back. Win. Heimo actually won. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was a scene they had never imagined. Before, although Heimo was strong, he was ranked behind Shui Jiyu. Who would have thought that he would be able to make a comeback this time? The people of Full Moon Peak were also screaming crazily. First it was Lin Xian, and now it was Black Devil. This time, their Full Moon Peak was going to soar into the sky. Huangfu Beitian had yet to make his move. How would he perform this time? Everyone was looking forward to it. It didn't take long for Huangfu Beitian to make a move. He walked up to the arena. Everyone screamed because his opponent had also come up. Han Fei. It was actually the 3rd-ranked Han Fei. Huangfu Beitian was going to lose. Han Fei was extremely terrifying. He was even ranked above Junwuya. Junwu had already comprehended the power of Tao, so Han Fei must have comprehended it as well. Moreover, its power was even greater than Junwuya's. They wondered how Huangfu Beitian would contend against him. Huangfu Beitian was ranked 5th. They wondered if he had comprehended the power of Tao. They didn't know. Last time, they didn't see him use it. Perhaps this time, he might have comprehended it. After all, Lin Xian hadn't fought with Huangfu Beitian on Full Moon Peak, so no one could make Huangfu Beitian display his true strength. Everyone was paying attention to this battle. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. He wondered what kind of power Han Fei had comprehended that was close to the Tao. He had already experienced Jun Wuya's domineering Tao, but he hadn't seen the Das of Han Fei, Yulinglong, and the Northern Demon. He could take advantage of this battle to observe. On the arena, the two of them didn't speak. Huangfu Beitian didn't waste any words. He directly pulled out his mad saber and slashed forward. Wherever the saber went, the void would be shattered. Han Fei was wearing a purple armor. Endless lightning rushed out of his body, instantly forming a lightning domain. He didn't use his power of Tao. Instead, he used his king's domain. After all, for these prodigies, the power of Tao was also a trump card. They couldn't use it casually. The purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. It enveloped heaven and earth, and endless lightning fell from the sky. Every single bolt of lightning could kill an unparalleled king. The elders were all astonished when they saw this. The elders of the divine tactics peak exclaimed. Han Fei's strength had increased again. Yes, although he was only at the peak of the 9-star realm, those at the great perfection stage were no match for him. More than that, his lightning was approaching a limit. If it went any higher, it would be at the half-step saint level. If a half-step saint didn't use the power of laws, it would be very difficult to resist this lightning. Everyone discussed. There was no doubt that the purple lightning domain was extremely terrifying. The sky full of lightning enveloped Huangfu Beitian and swallowed him. The long saber in Huangfu Beitian's hand slashed horizontally in all directions, and all the purple thunderbolts that were rushing toward him were destroyed by him. He used his maximum speed and charged forward. What a violent saber technique! Countless experts exclaimed. The elders' eyelids also twitched. They originally thought that, with Han Fei's strength, he could win by using the king domain. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated Huangfu Beitian. At this moment, Huangfu Beitian was charging forward like a god of sabers. Nothing could stop him wherever he went. The surrounding lightning kept shattering and the void collapsed. Bang! 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 In an instant, Huangfu Beitian broke through the purple lightning clouds and arrived in front of Han Fei. Han Fei let out a soft exclamation of surprise. You can break through my lightning domain. I really underestimated you. Pa! He raised his hand and struck forward. Huangfu Beitian's saber became stronger and more violent. In the end, even Yu Linglong, the North Demon, and the others were surprised. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He exclaimed in his heart, "This Huangfu Beitian is incredible. His saber technique is so sharp." He nodded in admiration. He was a swordsman, and swordsmen were similar to sabers. At this moment, he could see that Huangfu Beitian's saber was not only sharp, but also precise and violent. Every strike had its effect. He did not waste a single bit of energy. No wonder Huangfu Beitian could be ranked first on the Full Moon Peak. Compared to Heimo, he was much stronger. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He had seen the Black Demon's previous battle. It was very terrifying, but in his opinion it was too wasteful. Although the demonic aura was monstrous, most of the energy was just dazzling. It could not threaten the opponent, but Huangfu Beitian was different. His energy was all concentrated on the saber. One saber strike could destroy everything. Lin Xian was sure that if Huangfu Beitian fought the Black Demon with all his strength, He could defeat the black demon with 3 strikes. However, he still shook his head. If it was before, Huangfu Beitian would be a great threat to him. But it was different now. He had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. He had completely surpassed ordinary invincible kings. Chapter 3091. Han Fei was astonished by Huangfu Beitian's saber. I didn't expect your saber technique to be so powerful. I admit that if I don't use my final trump card, I might not be able to suppress you. Unfortunately, I'm going to get serious now. The purple lightning around Han Fei's body became even more terrifying as he spoke. Let me show you my Tao of lightning. Great destruction. Han Fei's aura changed. As he slapped out with his palm, the sky rumbled as it was completely torn apart. Endless thunderbolts sent Huangfu Beitian flying. Huangfu Beitian's frenzied saber also broke into 2 halves with a clang. A power close to the Tao had appeared. Great destruction. As soon as this power appeared, it destroyed everything. The people of the divine will peak screamed. The elders let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian stared at the sky. The Tao of lightning was one of the 3,000 Taos of heaven and earth. Furthermore, it was an extremely violent type. The power of lightning was one of the most violent forces in the world. Experts of the lightning element were known for their violent destruction. Now that Han Fei had comprehended the Tao of lightning, it could destroy everything. The power was 100 times stronger than the demonic aura and endless sea of blood that Shui Jiue and the black demon had displayed. The black demon, Shui Jiue, and the others trembled under the power. Their faces were filled with despair. Huangfu Beitian also spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the broken saber in his hand and shook his head helplessly. He still stood up. I still have one last attack that I haven't used yet. It's useless. You're no match for me. Han Fei shook his head. However, Huangfu Beitian did not admit defeat. He took a step forward and let out a loud roar. The final saber. I intend to destroy the heavens. Huangfu Beitian let out a loud roar. The light on his body was extremely bright, like the sun. It was so bright that the crowd could not open their eyes. No way. Huangfu Beitian still wants to attack? His saber is already broken. The surrounding Sky Pride screamed. The elders were shocked. He's using himself as a saber. This guy is crazy. Buzz! Buzz! Huangfu Beitian turned into a saber and descended from the sky. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. His face sank. The final saber? It's indeed powerful, but it's still not enough. Great spear of destruction, boundless lightning, surged around his body, forming a purple divine spear of annihilation that pierced forward. Boom! Boom! A terrifying power erupted between heaven and earth. Huangfu Beitian was sent flying, his face pale. On the other side, the purple divine spear also paused slightly and shattered the void. Seeing this scene, the referee elder immediately announced that Han Fei was the victor. The full moon peak's grand elder's figure flickered as he took Huangfu Beitian away. As expected, everyone sighed. In front of a power that was close to the Tao, no matter how powerful a divine ability, it was useless. Han Fei withdrew all of his power, his expression somewhat gloomy. His final attack had actually failed to pierce through his opponent. Instead, his opponent had actually caused his great destruction spear to pause slightly. This was simply inconceivable. This Huangfu Beitian was also a fierce man. Once he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, his strength would probably undergo an earth-shaking change. Han Fei took a deep breath and left the arena. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, truly shocking everyone. Although Huangfu Beitian did not comprehend anything close to the power of the Tao, his final words as a saber, shocking the heavens and shocking the heavens. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Transforming into a saber, the ultimate slash. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he was astounded. This Huangfu Beitian was not far away from comprehending a power that was close to the Tao. He was only one step away from comprehending it. He knew that Huangfu Beitian would be able to comprehend it soon after the battle. But what about this competition? Huangfu Beitian had no chance of coming in the top 3. However, the final slash had given Lin Xian some inspiration. Lin Xian could feel that his understanding of the sword Tao had improved. The following battles were even more intense. The participants continued to draw lots in the next round. After the first round, Lin Xian was matched against the Black Demon in the second round. The Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression. He even had the urge to kill himself. 10 days ago, he had returned in a domineering manner with great confidence. In his opinion, he would be able to crush both Huangfu Beitian and Lin Xian under his feet. He would become the strongest cultivator of the Full Moon Peak. He might even be able to make it to the top 5. However, when he saw Lin Xian defeating Junwia with a power that was close to the Tao, the Black Demon knew that there was no way he could defeat Lin Xian. That was because he was simply no match for Lin Xian. Most likely, Lin Xian would be able to defeat him with a single strike. Furthermore, he would be severely injured. The Black Demon could not accept the huge difference between them. He felt that his hard work, his pride, and his hard work over the past few months had all been crushed by Lin Xian. I admit defeat. On the arena, the Black Demon used all his strength to utter those words. At that moment, he could even hear the sound of his heart shattering. Lin Xian did not make his move. He did not even look at the Black Demon. His opponent was no match for him at all. He could not even take a single move from him, winning without a fight. This was another person who had done it after the North Demon. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. His fame was comparable to the North Demon. This kid could definitely make it to the top 3. Who could he push down? It would be difficult. The top 3 had all comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. They were all very terrifying. Although this kid was strong and had defeated Junwia, it would not be easy for him to squeeze into the top 3. Lin Xian, it's my turn. Lin Xian came down. On the other side, Xin Jingqiu walked up. Be careful, don't get hurt. Lin Xian was concerned. It was that spiritual body. She was also very strong. He wondered who her opponent was. The surrounding martial artists and elders were all interested when they saw Shen Jingqiu go on stage. This time, Xin Jingqiu also displayed her powerful strength. Her cultivation was probably the highest among the younger generation of the extraordinary warrior manner. Humph! A cold snort sounded. Then a silver-armored man flew through the air and landed on the arena. Lightning surrounded his body, supporting a lightning domain. He looked like the god of thunder. Mo Tian, it was actually him. Mo Tian, the second disciple of the divine strategy peak, ranked 7th in the extraordinary warrior manner. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, it was rumored that Mo Tian had recently found a half-step sage's relic and obtained a lot of good things. It's over. That Shen Jingqiu is going to be in danger. That's right. Although she was a spiritual body and had a high cultivation, her combat strength was not the strongest. If she was lucky, she could make it to the top 10. But now that she had encountered Mo Tian, she would probably be defeated. She could only blame her bad luck. But it was nothing. She was very young. Even if she failed this time, it did not matter. With her talent, strength, and appearance, she would definitely be the future goddess of the extraordinary warrior manner. Perhaps Qingwu's status would be challenged. Chapter 3092. Below the arena, Lin Xian furrowed his brows slightly. The dark, red divine dragon beside him was also muttering. She should be fine, right? Upon hearing the discussions around her, Xin Jingqiu clenched her fists tightly. Her expression turned serious, and a hazy purple aura emanated from her body. Do these people not think highly of me? However, I won't lose. Xin Jingqiu snorted coldly in her heart. Big brother Lin Xian is so strong. He has already comprehended the power of the Tao. As his woman, I naturally can't be a burden. Big brother Lin Xian, don't worry. I'm not just a pretty face. I will definitely win. Shen Jingqiu's palms slowly formed a seal. Lightning circled around Mo Tian's body. He looked ahead and said coldly, "It's useless. You're no match for me." Silver armor lightning ring. Mo Tian opened his mouth and spat out a ring. It was formed from silver lightning. Once it appeared, frightening lightning runes flashed and streaked across the sky. Frightening energy surged forward, trying to pierce through Shen Jingqiu. The power that was learned from it was too frightening and violent. Even a peak-level, unrivaled king would be killed instantly. Faced with this attack, Shen Jingqiu didn't retreat. She quickly formed a seal with her fingers and shouted. Cloud-grasping fist. Boundless, deathly aura enveloped Shen Jingqiu's jade-like hands as she grabbed forward. What? She wants to grab the silver armor lightning ring with her bare hands? That's impossible. This little girl doesn't want to live anymore. The runes on the silver armor lightning ring were frightening. It was clearly the work of a half-saint. This was definitely a treasure that Mo Tian had obtained from a half-saint relic. Even the older generation of unrivaled kings didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. How dare this little girl do it with her bare hands? Where did her confidence come from? Her cultivation? However, in front of such a treasure, the gap between their cultivations was very close. The surrounding people were shocked. They thought that Shen Jingqiu was too careless. Is this little girl all right? The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as golden runes blossomed. He shook his head slightly. There were no more problems. It seemed like he had underestimated Qiu, or was definitely going to win this battle. These words had the surrounding geniuses bewildered. They then shook their heads and laughed coldly. Lin Xian might be powerful, but Shen Jingqiu might not be. Although the other party is your woman, you can't be so confident. Mo Tian was ranked 7th in the House of Prodigy. He was even stronger than Mo. They didn't believe Lin Xian's words. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In front of him, a pair of purple jade-like hands reached out and shuttled through the void. They grabbed the silver lightning ring and squeezed it hard. With a cracking sound, the lightning ring broke into 2 halves. What? He was caught. Everyone was shocked. And he even broke it. Heavens, what kind of method is this? These people were going crazy. Some of the elders were also shocked. Previously, they didn't think highly of Shen Jingqiu. They thought that Shen Jingqiu was too arrogant to take this move with her bare hands. She might be seriously injured. However, the result was beyond their expectations. It was actually broken. Mo Tian also frowned as his pupils shrank. He had never taken the other party seriously. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated the other party. She was indeed capable. No wonder she dared to attack me. But that move was just a test. Next, you will receive a storm-like attack. Mo Tian shouted coldly as a cold light burst out from his eyes. His body was like lightning as he charged forward quickly. In an instant, he was in front of Shen Jingqiu. His palm was like a lightning blade that could destroy anything. It slashed down from the sky. It was comparable to a top-notch treasure. Rushing Thunder Hand. It was another great lightning ability. Shen Jingqiu turned into a purple cloud and disappeared instantly. Even though the rushing Thunder Hand pierced through the cloud, it didn't injure Shen Jingqiu. Next, the two of them used their great divine abilities and fought in the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. At first, they didn't dare to believe it. Then they burst into exclamations. This Shen Jingqiu was really too powerful. They didn't expect that she could contend with Mo Tian, and they were evenly matched. Heavens, is this a spirit body? She's also a newcomer. Why do I feel that everyone who is related to Lin Xian is so perverted? Everyone exclaimed. Those elders were also full of joy. But Emotion frowned. After fighting for so long, he used so many great lightning abilities, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. This made him unable to believe. The next moment, he shouted and rushed to the sky. Thunder surrounded his body. The terrifying thunder made people's souls tremble. "Little girl, you've angered me. Next, I'll let you see my new treasure." Emotion stretched out his hand. On his right wrist, there was a string of thunder beads. They were sparkling and translucent. There were a total of 18 thunder beads. Each thunder rune transformed into a thunder beast on the thunder beads. The 18 thunder beads were connected together. It was incomparably ferocious. At this moment, under Emotion's powerful lightning ability, the 18 thunder beads flickered rapidly. 18 thunder runes gushed out. A terrifying power erupted. What was that? It must be a treasure obtained from the half-saint's relic. It was too powerful. It was second only to the power close to Tao. Perhaps only the power close to Tao and Huangfu Baitian's ultimate blade could break it. Did Xin Jingqiu still have a trump card? If not, then she really lost. Moreover, she might be seriously injured. Everyone was worried for this beautiful woman again. Xin Jingqiu naturally felt threatened. The lightning runes emitted by the 18 thunder beads made her body tense. "Humph!" she shouted. "Do you want to compete with your last trump card? Come on, I'll let you see my trump card." Spiritual Wuji. With a low shout, a rune appeared between Xin Jingqiu's eyebrows. It was a blood-red rune. It was very mysterious. When this blood-red rune appeared, the spiritual energy in the sky surged. Boundless energy surged towards Xin Jingqiu like a rain of light. Xin Jingqiu's aura also rose rapidly. This aura? What's going on? Damn it, how is it possible? The elders all stood up. Their faces were full of shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Qiu Er's aura had surpassed that of an invincible king. Indeed, Shen Jingqiu was in the complete invincible realm. She had reached the limit of an invincible king. But now, his opponent's cultivation had increased again. Is she going to enter the half-saint realm? I didn't expect her to cultivate her spiritual body to such a level. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. The surrounding people were horrified. That's not right. A half-saint doesn't just increase one's cultivation. It also increases one's understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If she doesn't understand the great Tao of heaven and earth, how can she become a half-saint? Indeed, a half-saint was half a step into the saint realm. They could already understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. The power they controlled surpassed the power close to the great Tao. It was called the law fragment. It was an incomplete law. Once they understood the complete law, they would break through from a half-saint to a true saint. Chapter 3093. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. What do you know? The power of a spirit body is not something you can understand. This was an extremely powerful physique that was famous in ancient times. Her cultivation had already surpassed that of an invincible king. She had not reached the saint realm, but she could reach the half-saint realm. However, she had not comprehended the laws of the half-saint realm. A half-saint without comprehending the laws of the half-saint realm. Countless exclamations sounded. The elders were also shocked. The 4 peak masters and supreme elders were also shocked. The mansion master nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. This little girl is very talented. Even Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others were shocked. The North Demon also had a serious expression. In the arena, Emotion frowned. His body trembled slightly. He felt a terrifying pressure coming from his opponent. This pressure was too strong. If Luo Yinyang's cultivation base was a great river, then Luo Yinyang's cultivation base was an endless ocean. This kind of comparison was enough to directly crush him. Buzz. He could not wait any longer. He could not let his opponent's aura completely increase. With a wave of his arm, the 18 thunder pearls on his wrist rushed out. They circled in the sky and enlarged like 18 stars. The 18 thunder beasts on the pearls kept roaring. They sometimes turned into ferocious beasts and sometimes into simple runes. As they rose and fell, bolts of thunder fell from the sky and completely devoured the area below. The 18 thunder beasts finally burst out at this moment and charged downward. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a fatal blow. An invincible king could not withstand it at all. In the sea of thunder, Shin Jingqiu also made her move. The purple cloud armor appeared on her body. Like a supreme goddess, she waved her jade-like hand and shattered the surrounding thunder. Then, she slapped out with her palm and sent a nearby thunder beast flying. She was too strong. Her power had surpassed that of an invincible king. It had even reached the level of Huangfu Baitian's ultimate slash. However, the ultimate slash was only one slash. Shen Jingqiu could now maintain this power and form a special state. So strong! Was this the power of a spirit body? Huangfu Baitian was also shocked. Even Han Fei, Jun Wuya, and the other geniuses who had comprehended the Tao looked serious. The other party was currently a half-step saint. Although he hadn't comprehended any laws, he was extremely powerful, surpassing the invincible king level. However, they were confident that they could defeat the other party. But what if the other party's cultivation level increased to that of a saint? Although there were no laws, with that boundless and ferocious cultivation strength, could it suppress them? They had no idea. Moreover, they didn't know if Shen Jingqiu could reach that level. But no matter what, this was an opponent with great potential. The more Shen Jingqiu fought, the braver she became. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven, sweeping through all directions. The 18 thunder beasts screamed miserably as they were beaten by her. In the end, they were all turned into ashes. Ka ka ka! Cracks had also appeared on the mysterious lightning bead bracelet, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Mo Tian's face turned extremely ugly. He hurriedly put away the lightning bead bracelet. He had lost. Mo Tian actually lost. Everyone cried out in disbelief. Mo Tian was ranked 7th. How powerful! Especially when he used the 18 lightning beads bracelet, he would be able to fight against Huangfu Baitian. But now he had actually lost to Shin Jingqiu. It was really hard to believe. Why do I feel that Shin Jingqiu is too terrifying? That move of hers was able to fight against a power that was close to the Tao. I don't know. The power that was close to the Tao was too strange. Unless they really fought, no one would be able to deduce it. I've won. Shin Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. She removed the power of the bloodline, and the rune between her eyebrows disappeared. Her cultivation had also returned to the invincible, great perfection realm. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu has won. Shen Jingqiu ran down the arena cheering. Lin Xian was also very happy. He hugged Shin Jingqiu in his arms. Everyone was extremely envious. Fuck, the new goddess was taken. Many people were disappointed. Shin Jingqiu's appearance, cultivation, strength, and talent were all excellent. She was not inferior to Qinggu at all. She was a new goddess. However, when they saw Shen Jingqiu snuggling in Lin Xian's arms with a blissful expression, the surrounding sky prides felt their hearts bleed. They had not even started fighting, and the goddess was already taken? If it wasn't for Lin Xian, I really want to go up and beat him up. Sai, forget it. I'll give Lin Xian some face. These people shook their heads and sighed. It was not that they did not want to fight, but they were no match for Lin Xian. The competition continued. Next, another peerless sky pride appeared. It was Zhong Lingxiu. She had defeated Xue Jiwa in a domineering manner, which also shocked the crowd. Shin Jingqiu was already taken, but Zhong Lingxiu did not seem to be. Whoever was able to gain the favor of Fairy Zhong would definitely be extremely lucky. These sky prides, once again, looked at Zhong Lingxiu. However, Zhong Lingxiu's gaze was calm, as if she did not pay special attention to anyone. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others frowned slightly. This was because they saw coldness and disregard in each other's eyes. Indeed, coldness and disregard, as if she did not care about the entire world. How confident did she have to have such an expression? Was she looking down on the world? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that Zhong Lingxiu was even more mysterious than he had imagined. He wondered if she had grasped a power that was close to the Tao. The competition continued. Everyone went up one after another. Among them, Lin Xian won every match. Xin Jingqiu fought Yu Linglong and lost to her. Jun Wuya went up again. After winning a few matches, he lost to Han Fei. Huangfu Beitian, He Mo, and the others also made their moves. Some lost, some won. There were only 4 people who won every match. The North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and Lin Xian. Buzz! A figure walked up. He was wearing a purple battle armor, surrounded by a purple sea of lightning. It was Han Fei. After Han Fei came up, he looked around disdainfully. I wonder who his opponent is. No matter who it was, they would be miserable. Other than the North Demon and Yu Linglong, no one could beat him. It was time for him to go up. Lin Xian also walked up to the arena. Everyone screamed. What? It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was going to fight Han Fei. Heavens! Was the final battle about to begin? Both of them had won every match. Moreover, both of them had grasped a power that was close to the Tao. Who would be the stronger one if the two of them fought? Han Fei stood in the arena with a serious expression. His eyebrows and hair were purple and surrounded by powerful lightning. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he said coldly, "The power that you have grasped is close to the Tao. It's strange. It's like destruction, but it's silent. It's similar to my Tao of Thunder. I really want to know who is stronger between the two of you." As he said that, endless thunder surged from Han Fei's body and pierced through the 9 heavens. I want to know too. It seems that I should be able to get the result now. Lin Xian smiled and extended a hand. Please. A terrifying aura surged from his body, as if he was a demon king that could destroy everything. Great Destruction. Chapter 3094. A power that was close to the Tao had appeared. Everyone was amazed when they saw the power of Great Destruction once again. The elders were also excited. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless against such a power. Buzz! He waved his sword and executed the Sword of Annihilation. With a slash of his sword, the sword destroyed everything. The two collided in the air, and the resulting power made Huangfu Beitian, Mo Tian, Black Demon, and the others scream in horror. It was too terrifying. Most likely, he could defeat them with a single move, or even kill them. Boom! 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 The two forces dissipated at the same time. It was indeed powerful. It was mysterious. It seemed that this power alone was not enough to deal with him. Han Fei snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Endless Thunder quickly formed a spear that he held in his hand. Great Destruction Spear. He waved the spear in his hand and stabbed out. Thousands of light shadows surged forward with the power of destruction. One after another, they were densely packed and enveloped the entire world. It was a law ability. An elder exclaimed, a power that was close to the Tao, coupled with an unparalleled ability. Heavens! Han Fei was too heaven-defying. His application of this power was simply too powerful. In the previous battle, even if it was close to the Tao, he could easily defeat the enemy with just 1 or 2 moves. It was the first time such a fusion of power had appeared. Therefore, everyone was amazed. They all looked at Lin Xian, wondering if Lin Xian could resist it. How far had Lin Xian's comprehension of the laws reached? A law ability? It really surprised me. He smiled and was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved his sword and destroyed the lotus. Streaks of sword qi came out one after another, forming green lotuses in the sky. Each sword lotus carried an extremely strong power of annihilation. Anyone who touched it would turn into nothingness. A law ability. Another law ability. He had fused a power that was close to the Tao into his sword technique. This Lin Xian was incredible. Clang! The blazing Qilin sword and the great destruction spear collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. Many people's bodies swayed. Mo and the others' faces turned pale as they frantically retreated. It was too terrifying. In the sky, half of the sky had turned into a terrifying black hole. Thunder and lightning flashed within it. The other half of the sky instantly collapsed. The two forces clashed in the sky. After the first attack, the two continued to attack. Damn it, I can't do anything to him. Han Fei's face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. Undying thunderous roar. The huge bell in the sky shook violently. Runes appeared on its surface and surged out in all directions like a tide. Saint runes. Someone screamed. No, this is not an ordinary saint's rune. Finally, a grand elder cried out in alarm. The saint's runes also contained power that was close to the Tao. What? How could he have such a thing? Many heaven rankers were shocked, their faces pale. There were also elders who said that the runes of saints were engraved by saints and were mysterious and profound. Ordinary, invincible kings could only erupt with a portion of their power, but it was already very terrifying. They could laugh at the world. However, if it was activated by a half-step saint, it would release an even more terrifying power. If it was activated by a true saint, it would be no different from a Tao pattern law. Therefore, although they were all saints' runes, the power would be different for the person who used them. At this moment, in Han Fei's hands, it naturally displayed a power that was close to the Tao. Buzz! 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 The terrifying sound waves were like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Clang! Clang! Puff! Many people vomited blood, and some people's weapons directly shattered, turning into scrap iron and falling to the ground. Retreat quickly. These people retreated crazily. The sound waves were too terrifying and could destroy everything. Waves of sound waves charged forward. Annihilation Green Lotus, seventh sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly and slashed down. The biting cold sword Qi, with the power of annihilation, slashed at the sound waves. The sound waves were like a tide. After coming into contact with the sword Qi, they quickly dissipated. It's useless. You can block it for a while, but you can't block it forever. Han Fei was abnormally strong. The eternal demon bell above his head quickly attacked. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, he only had a power that was close to the Tao. But now, Han Fei took out the eternal demon bell, and the power it released was not weaker than the Tao. It was equivalent to 2 against 1. How could Lin Xian resist? Unless he also had such a treasure or used a saint's rune. Otherwise, he was really in danger. Was Lin Xian going to be defeated? Lin Xian took a breath. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and superimposed on the power of annihilation. In the next moment, he used the green lotus sword art again. Annihilation Green Lotus, ninth sword. Buzz! Buzz! 9 huge sword Qi intertwined in the sky, forming a lotus that bloomed quickly. The petals with the power of annihilation spun out and collided with the eternal demon bell. With a clang, the eternal demon bell was sent flying. The sound waves in the sky were shattered. Puff! Han Fei was hit and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. The lotus in the sky enveloped him, and a terrifying power acted on his body, causing the thunder around him to disappear quickly. Damn it, get lost! Han Fei roared, and the power of annihilation exploded, bombarding the surroundings. However, he still underestimated the sword. After superimposing the power of the great dragon sword soul, its power was much stronger than before. Therefore, Han Fei was soon engulfed. The entire space had completely collapsed. How could it be? Han Fei couldn't block it? What was going on? The Sky Pride screamed in horror. The people of Divine Tactics Peak were stunned. It shouldn't be. Han Fei had the upper hand after taking out the Eternal Demon Bell. Logically speaking, he should be able to defeat his opponent in a short time. But why did he fall into such a dangerous situation now? How did that brat do it? The elders of Ethereal Peak and Exquisite Peak frowned. His power of annihilation had increased again. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength before? They sucked in a breath of cold air when they thought of this possibility. In front of them was a chaotic void. Finally, the terrifying power of annihilation slowly disappeared. A figure flashed out of the void. This figure was in a miserable state. Half of his body had disappeared, and his body was dyed red with blood. His handsome face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Damn it! How could you be so powerful? This person was Han Fei. After seeing Han Fei's state, everyone was stunned. Even Yu Linglong's pupils shrank. Han Fei actually suffered such a heavy injury. How could this be? The northern demon sucked in a deep breath, and his expression was grave. Chapter 3095. You've lost. Lin Xian looked at Han Fei and said indifferently, "Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Your last attack almost killed me. You even injured me severely. But I haven't lost yet. I still have one more move that I haven't used yet." Han Fei's body quickly reassembled, and his face was incomparably pale. "I originally planned to use this move to deal with the North Demon, but I didn't expect to use it on you. But you should be proud of yourself. You'll be defeated by this move. Han Fei still has a trump card." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the Divine Will Peak were also excited. Could it be another move? That's great. If Han Fei used that move, he would definitely be able to defeat this brat. It could even threaten the North Demon. He still has a trump card? Lin Xian was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Just use whatever you have. I'll take it." Han Fei didn't say anything. He condensed the Great Destruction Spear again, and a terrifying destructive power suppressed the surroundings. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "The Great Destruction Spear is useless against me." Indeed, the results of the previous battle had already shown that his strength was above Han Fei's. However, Han Fei didn't say anything. Instead, he took out another item. It was a small bottle that was crystal clear, like white jade. After he opened it, he poured out a drop of blood. As soon as the blood came out, the surrounding space trembled violently and countless cracks appeared. It couldn't withstand it at all. There were even sparkling lights flickering in the blood, bringing with it a shocking power. What kind of blood is this? Everyone's heart trembled and their souls shook. The elders of the Divine Will Peak were extremely excited. Half-Saint blood. He finally took out that thing. What? Half-Saint blood. What is he going to do? Everyone exclaimed. Half-Saints had already condensed law fragments, which surpassed the power of the Tao. Their blood naturally contained law fragments. A drop of half-Saint blood could kill any invincible king. Could it be that Han Fei wanted to use half-Saint blood to kill Lin Xian? However, with Lin Xian's speed and the power of annihilation, he should be able to dodge it. This was indeed the case. It was very difficult for one drop of blood to kill Lin Xian. Only a large amount of semi-sage blood could threaten to kill Lin Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, Han Fei did not kill Lin Xian. Instead, he merged with the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. In the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Streaks of blood-red light appeared on the surface of the Great Destruction Spear, and its power suddenly skyrocketed. The entire sky collapsed completely as an extremely ferocious power surged out. Even the surrounding formations were trembling violently. Despair filled the faces of the martial artists inside the array. This power? Heavens, is this the law? It was too terrifying. Even the elders felt their scalps go numb. Who would have thought that Han Fei would actually fuse the Tao of destruction with the half-saint's blood and erupt with even more shocking power? The power of the fusion of the semi-sage blood and the great destruction spear was too terrifying. It had already surpassed the power displayed by Lin Xian. Therefore, when everyone felt this power, their expressions all changed. Oh no, Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, they did not expect Han Fei to have such a trump card. Lin Xian had already seriously injured Han Fei before. He was about to win, but he did not expect to make a comeback at the last moment. Boy, you don't have a chance. Han Fei shouted coldly. He leaped high, and the blood-red Great Destruction spear in his hand charged straight down. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a great threat. The blood of a semi-sage? He actually had such a trump card. Indeed, this strike had surpassed the previous one. But so what? Lin Xian smiled. The previous attack was the 9th sword of the Green Lotus sword technique. The Green Lotus sword technique had a total of 13 swords. The 13th sword combined with the power of annihilation was something that Han Fei had not seen before. Well, he would let these people see it. Buzz! Annihilation Green Lotus, the 13th sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, sweeping across the 9 heavens. 13 streaks of sword Qi flew out with the power of annihilation, forming a sword Qi lotus in the sky. It collided with the blood-stained Great Destruction spear. The aura of this lotus had become stronger again. It was much stronger than the previous one. God! Lin Xian also had a hidden trump card. Everyone was stunned. Han Fei's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent's strength to become stronger again. It even made him tremble. He felt the Great Destruction spear in his hand tremble as if it would vanish at any time. Damn it! No! Be destroyed! With a roar, he desperately activated his power and stabbed down. Endless light burst out, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could open their eyes. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks, as well as the mansion master and the others, had eyes that pierced through the 9 heavens. It was not until a long time later that the light between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Everyone hurriedly opened their eyes. How was it? How was the battle? Who won this battle? It was Lin Xian's Annihilation Lotus. Or was it the blood-stained Great Destruction Spear? I think it should be the Great Destruction Spear. The blood of a half-step saint combined with the path of destruction is too terrifying. It should be able to threaten a half-step saint. That might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian's Lotus Sword Qi was too terrifying, and its might was twice as strong as before. How on earth did he use it? Everyone was discussing animatedly as they looked forward. In the next moment, their eyes widened. In the arena, Lin Xian's expression was calm. His bright red robe was spotless, and he stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him stood 2 figures. One of them was Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei's face was pale. The Great Destruction spear in his hand had long disappeared. Not only that, but one of his arms was also missing. Beside him stood an old man. It was the referee elder. The referee elder had made a move. What was going on? The surrounding prodigies were discussing animatedly. Someone exclaimed. Han Fei had lost. The referee elder had made a move at the critical moment and saved his life. What? You're saying that the sword strike just now could threaten Han Fei's life? I'm afraid so. Everyone gasped in shock, and the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. The elder of the divine strategy, Peak, looked up and sighed. He had lost. The number 1 prodigy of the divine strategy, Peak, had actually lost. Lin Xian was too terrifying. How could this be? Han Fei's eyes were also empty. He still couldn't accept this fact. Indeed, even though his Great Destruction spear was stained with the blood of a half-step saint, it still couldn't resist that shocking attack and disappeared in the end. Not only that, but the power of annihilation had also enveloped his entire body. In an instant, his entire right arm was gone. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. If this continued, he would be killed. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. A sword light flashed in the sky. The referee elder had made a move, destroyed the terrifying sword Chi Lotus and saved Han Fei. Chapter 3096. Winner, Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result and at the same time channeled some energy into Han Fei. Lin Xian really won. I'm not dreaming, am I? These people were stunned. The people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. Then they burst into cheers. Lin Xian actually won. Ha ha ha! Our Full Moon Peak is going to produce a dragon this time. Han Fei is third. Lin Xian defeated Han Fei. Doesn't that mean that he's already in the top 3? The Sky Prides of the Full Moon Peak were stunned. The elders were also extremely excited. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, his eyes red. Even the Peak Master of Full Moon Peak was smiling. It couldn't be helped. Their Full Moon Peak had been quiet for too long. They had been suppressed to the last place. Even their number 1, Huangfu Beitian, was only ranked 5th in the entire Extraordinary Warrior Manor. When the Full Moon Peak was mentioned, the people of the other 3 peaks were full of disdain and ridicule. And now, they could finally hold their heads high. Lin Xian displayed a power that was close to the Tao. He defeated Junwei and Han Fei and successfully entered the top 3. This was their Full Moon Peak's moment. This was their Full Moon Peak's glory. At this moment, the entire Full Moon Peak was in a sea of joy. He actually managed to enter the top 3. Huangfu Beitian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Black Demon was even more in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian at all. He even had to avoid Lin Xian when he saw him. The other Sky Prides were even more shocked. For so many years, the top 3 of the Extraordinary Warrior Manor had been dominated by the North Demon, Yu Linglong and Han Fei. The rankings were unshakable. They were like 3 mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. But now, someone had shaken one of the mountains. Moreover, it was a newcomer who had entered less than a year ago. This was simply a miracle, a legend. Han Fei was defeated. Yu Linglong took a deep breath. Her expression was incomparably solemn. Lin Xian was the biggest threat to her apart from the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Soon, we will be exchanging blows very soon. At that time, I will personally experience the strength of the successor of the great Dragon Sword Soul. The North Demon was becoming more and more interested in Lin Xian. He was eager to fight Lin Xian. Lin Xian's victory could be said to have created another legend. Everyone was excited, and only after long discussion did they gradually calm down. Moreover, this was forcefully interrupted by the referee elder. Otherwise, he would probably be excited for 3 days and 3 nights. Brat, well done. Seeing Lin Xian walk down, the dark red dragon god waved its claws and laughed. Xin Jingqiu even clapped and cheered. At the side, Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others came to congratulate him. Even Huangfu Beitian came. The Black Demon stood in the distance and struggled for a long time. In the end, he also came over and lowered his arrogant head. He first congratulated Lin Xian, then apologized to Lin Xian and admitted his previous rashness. This scene made everyone feel even more incredulous. Even the arrogant Black Demon lowered his head to Lin Xian. It could be said that Lin Xian's battle had convinced all the prodigies of the Full Moon Peak. He had become the champion of the Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. The champion of the Full Moon Peak? This was not what he wanted in the end. What he wanted was the champion of the House of Prodigy. The battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei made everyone excited and excited. Although the following battle was exciting, it was much worse than the previous battle. Everyone was a little uninterested. They really wanted to see a battle that was close to the power of the Tao again. Yes, that kind of power was the strongest power in the world. The other invincible kings were too far away. Everyone was looking forward to seeing that miraculous power again. Not long after, they burst into cries of surprise. This time, even the elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The peak leader of Gale was also paying close attention. This time it was another battle between two top prodigies, the North Demon against Yu Linglong. This battle could be said to be more exciting than the previous battle between Lin Xian and Han Fei. The North Demon was the champion of the House of Prodigy. He was incomparably powerful. Yu Linglong was the second champion of the House of Prodigy. Her strength was above Han Fei. Moreover, during this period of time, Yu Linglong had been cultivating in seclusion. Her strength must have increased greatly. It could be said that the outcome of her battle with the North Demon was unknown. This battle could be said to be the most anticipated battle in the hearts of countless people. He wondered just how strong the North Demon was. Could Yu Linglong turn the tables and defeat the North Demon? If that was the case, then it would be worth watching. These people were excited. Lin Xian also revealed a smile. Could he finally see the full strength of the two of them? Well, let's see what kind of Tao they have comprehended. He had already seen the Tao of Jun Wuya and Han Fei. The battle in front of him could let him see the Tao of Northern Demon and Yu Linglong. This would be of great help to him when he fought the two of them in the future. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. In the arena, the two of them were 30 meters apart. The North Demon's body was slender and his eyes were deep. He looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and smiled faintly. Yu Linglong, make your move. Let me see how much you have grown recently. North Demon, don't be careless. This time, my strength will definitely surprise you. Who knows? I might even be able to defeat you. Yu Linglong's red lips parted slightly. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. As he spoke, the North Demon waved his finger. Suddenly, a ball of green light appeared around Yu Linglong and enveloped her. Countless plants grew out of the green light. It was incomparably crazy and completely enveloped Yu Linglong. This scene appeared very suddenly. Everyone was shocked because most of them had never seen the North Demon make a move before. Those who had fought the North Demon before were defeated without a fight. They did not dare to attack the North Demon at all. It could be said that this was the first time the crowd had seen the North Demon make a move. Plants. Could it be that the North Demon was a wood elemental martial artist? Shouldn't wood elemental martial artists be used to heal life elemental martial artists? Many sky prides were confused. However, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Huangfu Beitian, and the others had extremely serious expressions. The North Demon had really made a move. They were not surprised because they had fought the North Demon before and knew that he was a wood elemental martial artist. However, they did not agree with the crowd's thoughts. Were wood elemental martial artists only supposed to heal and assist? What a joke! When these people saw how terrifying the North Demon was, they would change their view of wood elemental martial artists. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. Wood elemental martial artist? That was rare. They did not expect the North Demon to be a wood elemental martial artist. Then, was the power that he had comprehended close to Tao related to wood elemental plants? In the arena, Yu Linglong was already enveloped by those plants. It was so terrifying that the green light covered her. Yu Linglong was not afraid at all. She formed a seal with her palms. Instantly, a storm surged from her body and spread the plants around her. In the next moment, she rose into the air. Her clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 3097. Wind Kill. Yu Linglong's aura instantly changed. It became incomparably ethereal, as if it had merged with the wind. A violent wind blew in all directions, and large cracks appeared all over the place. The law of wind. This was the power of the law of wind. Yu Linglong had actually comprehended this power. Many people screamed. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of the wind? Wind type against wood type, this was going to be interesting. That was what he had in mind. Facing the extremely powerful storm, the North Beast was not afraid at all. He waved his hand. With a boom, the sky split open. A huge black shadow filled the sky, flickering with a terrifying aura like a hill. What was that? Sensing the fearsome aura and boundless power, everyone raised their heads. In the next moment, they screamed. It was a plant. It was a tree. A divine tree appeared between heaven and earth, growing in the void. Vast branches and vines covered the sky and the earth, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was too mysterious, like a myth. The wood of 10,000 demons. The North Beast did not hold back at all. Jun Wuya's expression was solemn, and his voice was trembling. Although he was the second strongest of ethereal peak, he was still afraid of the North Beast. Han Fei said coldly, "How could he hold back? People at their level would definitely go all out. The wood of 10,000 demons, how would you Ling Long resist?" Logically speaking, as a lightning-type warrior who had comprehended the Tao of lightning, he should be able to suppress wood-type attacks. But at this moment, facing the wood of 10,000 demons, his face was pale without a trace of blood. That was really shocking. The wood of 10,000 demons? Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he was shocked. This divine tree was really too terrifying. It displayed an extremely powerful strength and exuberant vitality. With this divine tree, the North Beast would probably be able to recover no matter how injured he was. It was practically immortal, unless he could kill the North Beast in one strike. But he knew that it was impossible. Even he could not do it at the moment. Perhaps even a half-sage could not do it. Perhaps only a true sage could kill the North Beast in one strike when using a true law divine ability. Has it appeared? The wood of 10,000 demons. Yu Linglong floated in the void, looking at the huge object that was like a divine city above her head. Her eyes sparkled. Her body also began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, she let out a delicate cry, and a huge storm appeared around her. It rushed into the clouds, and two wind blades that were thousands of miles long slashed into the sky. Illusory wind. At the same time, she charged toward the northern monster. She knew that only by defeating the northern monster would the terrifying tree in the sky disappear. Wind blades filled the sky like a rain of light. He sent it out. Every single one of them was incomparably terrifying. It was comparable to a peak heaven step treasure. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was far beyond ordinary divine abilities. A wind blade. He could easily kill invincible kings. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the North Demon. The Northern Demon didn't dodge at all. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons hung down from the sky. In front of him, plants grew wildly. The wind ninjas were also trembling. On top of those wind blades, beautiful flowers actually bloomed one after another. The power of those wind blades was completely absorbed by the demonic flower and dissipated into the void. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with demonic flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful. So beautiful, the women exclaimed in admiration. However, the top prodigies felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The northern monster's Tao of wood was extremely terrifying. This is my brother's power. Qing Wu raised her small face, her face full of excitement. She was very clear about her brother's strength. Previously, 3 peak stage invincible kings had come to kill the northern demon. However, the bodies of those 3 peak stage invincible kings had split open, and countless plants grew out of them. They had been forcefully sucked dry. Who said that wood-type martial artists could only save people? Her brother, the northern demon, could easily kill any invincible king. In the sky, 2 powers that were close to the Tao collided violently. The plants in the sky grew crazily, and a terrifying storm erupted. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. This divine ability was comparable to a half-step saint. These two people were incredible. Their strength far surpassed Junwei and Han Fei's. They wondered how Lin Xian would fare if he encountered these two. It would be difficult. Although Lin Xian's power was strong, it was probably not comparable to these two, especially the Northern Demon. His Tao of Wood and Tao of Wood were too terrifying. No one would be able to break through them. The wind blew for 90,000 miles. With a furious roar, the sky was torn apart, and a power that was close to the Tao filled the world. The scene was too terrifying. The storm was like two giant dragons that danced in the sky, shattering the entire sky. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky rumbled and trembled. It had erupted. Yu Linglong was probably going to use her trump card. Han Fei and Junwei both exclaimed. The wind blew for 90,000 miles, flattening everything in the world. A terrifying mystique enveloped the entire area. Even the faces of the elders changed. This Yu Linglong was incredible. That was. The elder of Linglong Peak was proud. Yu Linglong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This time, she would definitely be able to defeat the Northern Demon. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, the Northern Demon was unusually calm. He did not panic at all. He waved his hand and pointed at the void. Divine tree descend. Boom, boom, boom. The tree that was like a divine city in the sky quickly descended. With a powerful aura, it cut the two giant dragon storms in half. Wind-binding kill. The collision in the sky continued, but Yu Linglong still used the blitz of wind to arrive behind the Northern Demon. A green long sword appeared in her hand. It pulsed with multicolored light, and an extremely mysterious power flickered on it. It was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao. Under this attack, any top-tier armor would be shattered. Nothing could stop it. The divine tree bloomed. Sensing the danger behind him, the Northern Demon shouted coldly and suddenly turned around. His eyes shone with a cold light. The divine tree in the sky exploded with divine power, and countless petals bloomed. Not only that, demonic flowers appeared beside the Northern Demon, absorbing the opponent's energy to resolve the danger of the sword. It's useless. This sword is too close. You're too late. Yu Linglong cried out and waved her jade-like hand. Sword Qi split the earth and the sky. The sword was about to pierce through the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon smiled. Open. His voice was cold. In the next moment, Yu Linglong's body trembled, and she almost fell from the sky. The long sword in her hand, which was condensed with a power that was close to the Tao, could not be held firmly. Puff! Yu Linglong's expression changed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body swayed. Everyone screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Even Han Fei and Junwei were trembling. Xin Jingqiu cried out. Her face was pale. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Chapter 3098. He saw a flower bloom on Yu Linglong's body. It was a flower as beautiful as blood. The flower was very small at first, only the size of a palm, but it kept absorbing Yu Linglong's power, vitality, and blood qi. It kept growing. In the end, it was as big as a millstone. Yu Linglong's face quickly turned pale as she lost her power. He let out a loud scream. Tens of thousands of sharp, multicolored lights rushed out from his body, shattering this beautiful flower that was as red as blood. In the next moment, she fled thousands of miles away, not daring to approach the North Demon again. How did you do that? Yu Linglong's expression was filled with fear. At that time, a power that was close to the Tao surrounded her body, but the North Demon was able to bloom a flower in her body. Didn't that mean that the North Demon's power far surpassed hers? He had suppressed her power. She couldn't believe it. You're not my match. The North Demon stood with his hands behind his back. He looked like a peerless demon king. Humph! Yu Linglong snorted coldly. Although she had been injured and had even lost her strength, she was still unwilling to admit defeat just like that. He reached out and pressed his palm into the void. Instantly, the plant defenses around the North Demon exploded into pieces. For a moment, there was nothing around the North Demon. Yu Linglong shouted as she reached out with her palm again. A powerful storm instantly enveloped the North Demon. The storm had appeared too suddenly. Even the elders were startled and let out a shriek. She had comprehended the law of wind to such a level. It was silent and impossible to guard against. That's right. Not many invincible kings were able to stop him. Boom! Boom! The great palm of wind suddenly exploded. The destructive power completely annihilated the North Demon. She had succeeded. Yu Linglong revealed a smile. The North Demon was strong, but he was still careless under her law of wind. Her Grand Wind handprint was definitely capable of injuring her opponent. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Was the North Demon injured? Even such a powerful Northern Demon was injured. This Yu Linglong was too terrifying. Han Fei and Jun Weiyao were shocked. Yu Linglong's power had increased beyond their imagination, especially Han Fei. He smiled bitterly. He realized that he had no confidence in defeating Yu Linglong at all. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and golden light appeared. Was the North Demon really injured? He remained doubtful. In the distance, Qin Wu looked up and snorted coldly. What do you know? My brother's power is not something you can imagine. In the sky, the countless storms slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. Everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Yu Linglong screamed. Was not injured. How was that possible? How could his grand palm of wind not hit the other party? Did he miss? No, he should have been hit. What was the North Demon? Lin Xian's eyes. Green vines covered the Northern Demon's body, forming a green vine armor that covered his body. Green Ze's green armor. When Yu Linglong saw the green vine armor, she screamed loudly. Wasn't it already extinct? How could it still exist in this world? Green Demon Rattan? What's that? Everyone was stunned. An elder exclaimed. That was a mutated species. It was rumored that it had disappeared during the ancient era. How could it be in the North Demon's hands? The green demon, vine, was extremely terrifying. It grew crazily, and its vitality was extremely strong. It was said that a single green demon vine had destroyed a planet. It had sucked all the energy of that planet dry. As for the star world, it became a dead star. There were no longer any living beings there. There were very few green demon vines. However, during the ancient era, there was a huge disaster. Hundreds of planets were completely corroded and were in danger of being destroyed. Fortunately, there was a great emperor who was still around. With a wave of his hand, the green demon vine was completely destroyed. Could it be that the great emperor did not kill all the green demon vines back then? Instead, he left a few behind? Everyone was very confused. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. A single plant could destroy an entire world? Why did it sound like a fantasy story? If it was before, he would not have believed it, even if he was beaten to death. However, when he saw the Dark Star ruins being split apart by a sword, he knew. Destroying a planet was not a difficult task in the eyes of those super experts. After all, a planet was just a planet. For those super sages, it was not difficult to pluck the sun and moon with their hands, swallow the sun, and split the stars with their swords. Moreover, there were great emperors above those super sages. Rumor had it that the green demon vine had destroyed dozens of planets, but it was destroyed by a great emperor from a distance. How imposing was this? How powerful was this? Lin Xian was extremely excited just thinking about it. Lin Xian was excited, but Yu Linglong, who was in the sky, was not excited at all. Her face was pale, and she was about to cry. That was an extinct, mutated species. How did the North Demon get his hands on it? If it was really the green demon vine, why would she fight? The entire world was probably in danger. The elders were also worried. The green demon vine in the North Demon's hands was a potential disaster. The Misty Peak leader looked into the void and shook his head, slightly. There was no need to worry. It was just a dead green demon vine. A dead green demon vine? Many elders heaved a sigh of relief. However, the palace lord frowned slightly. Although those green demon vines were already dead, the North demon vine was a monster. But don't forget, Northern Fae had the 10,000 Fae body. These branches of the green demonic vine could be reborn in his hands. Of course, it was not an easy task to revive the green demonic vines that had been dead for countless years and had even gone extinct. It was not certain if the North demon could reach that step. Because he was wearing the green vine armor, the North demon was not injured by that attack. He looked forward and said coldly, "It's over." He waved his finger, and the power of wood erupted. 7 rays of light flew out and surrounded Yu Linglong. In an instant, the 7 rays of light bloomed into 7 flowers. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors bloomed in the sky and coiled around each other. The 7-flower formation. Han Fei exclaimed. Yu Linglong looked as if she was facing a great enemy. The wind rises for 90,000 miles, and the sword shakes the 9 states. She once again activated the power that was close to the Tao. The sky split open, and the wind above 90,000 miles floated down, forming a huge green sword in her hand. It was like an azure dragon that pierced into the clouds. Everyone was terrified. That was the astral wind, but Yu Linglong could control it. The astral wind was the wind of the outer realm. It was extremely terrifying and could even injure a half-saint. If an invincible king encountered it, he would definitely be killed instantly. This should be Yu Linglong's final trump card. Could she break the 7-flower formation? Was she going to risk her life? The North demon looked at the huge green sword in the sky. His gaze also focused. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. Chapter 30:99. 7 bewitching flowers bloomed in the air, emitting mysterious runes. The 7-flower formation released a powerful energy that shrouded the area in front of it. In an instant, the void shattered and the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was sucked dry. Yu Linglong's body trembled. She felt that her chi, blood, and energy were about to be sucked dry. In the next moment, she didn't dare to hesitate anymore. She waved her hand, and the green-red wind sword that was tens of thousands of miles long slashed down. Boom! Boom! This sword was simply too terrifying. Green light filled the sky, and a storm blew. Fortunately, there was an array protecting it. Otherwise, the entire outstanding warrior manor would have been destroyed. However, what was even more shocking was that such a stunning sword couldn't withstand the 7-flower formation. The 7 demonic flowers in the 7-flower formation grew crazily and took away all energy. Although the green-red wind sword was terrifying, it was drained of energy by the 7-flower formation and instantly dimmed. Gradually, it became tens of thousands of miles long, and then thousands of miles long. In the end, it disappeared. The 7 flowers grew into monstrous beasts. Each of them was like a majestic mountain that stood in the void. The 7 flowers formation had originally been formed by the 7 flowers. Now that the 7 flowers had grown into a colossus, the might of the 7 flowers formation had also increased exponentially. Yu Linglong, who was trapped by the array, trembled. Her face was pale and bloodless. In the next moment, she fell from the sky and couldn't even stand up. The energy in her body was completely drained. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. The elders of Linglong Peak screamed, "Linglong!" They didn't expect Yu Linglong to be defeated and stripped of all her energy. "I admit defeat." Yu Linglong fell on the arena and said weakly. She didn't even have the energy to speak now. The winner was the North Beast of Misty Peak. The judge quickly announced the result. After hearing the result, the North Beast descended from the sky. He waved his hand, and the 7 demonic flowers in the sky spun rapidly. Endless energy poured into Yu Linglong's body again. Soon, Yu Linglong recovered and the 7 demonic flowers disappeared. The tree of 10,000 demons in the sky also slowly dissipated. The North Beast descended from the sky like a demon. Had his energy recovered? Yu Linglong sensed her body and didn't feel happy. Instead, she smiled bitterly. Too powerful. The North Demon was truly like a demon in front of her. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He had her life and death in his hands. This feeling was really unpleasant, but there was nothing she could do. It seemed like no one would be able to defeat the North Demon this time. As expected of the number 1 in the House of Prodigy, the others screamed in shock. The Northern Demon was too strong, so strong that they trembled. They couldn't resist at all. In their opinion, neither Yu Linglong nor Han Fei were qualified to fight against the North Demon. Is this the first place of our House of Prodigy? He was simply too powerful. The Northern Yao had long since entered the ancient starry sky path, and he had fought against the prodigies of the other worlds. Moreover, he had established an illustrious reputation for himself. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Who told me that the wood element was only a martial artist who could heal and assist? I'll slap him to death. Fuck, this is the first time I know that a wood attribute martial artist is actually so terrifying. I reckon that if a flower were to grow on my body, it would instantly suck me dry. The geniuses were trembling in fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he clenched his fists. The myriad demon body, the Tao of wood. He was simply too shocked. He didn't expect the North Demon to be so strong. However, at the same time, he was extremely excited. He had finally found an opponent who was worthy of his full strength. Previously, neither Junwei nor Han Fei could make him use his full strength. After all, he had only used the power of annihilation. He still had the power of smoke and fire that he hadn't used. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that Lin Xian had only used half of his strength previously. Now that he had seen the North Demon's strength, he was very excited. Perhaps only the North Demon could force him to unleash his full power. The competition continued. During this period, Yu Linglong encountered Han Fei again. In the end, Yu Linglong won. Han Fei's expression wasn't very good. If nothing had happened previously, he would still be in 3rd place. However, this time, Lin Xian had appeared. If this continued, he would only be in 4th place. He couldn't even enter the top 3. The people from Divine Providence Peak were also in despair. They couldn't accept this result. Didn't that mean that they would be in last place this year? The elders' expressions were also dark. This position had always belonged to Full Moon Peak. They didn't expect Lin Xian to appear from Full Moon Peak this time. Shui, Jiue, Hei Mo, Huangpu Beitian, and the others were even more bitter. Because other than Lin Xian, Zhong Linxiu and Xin Jingqiu had also appeared. The 2 of them were extremely powerful. They were second only to Junwei and the others. In other words, apart from those who were close to the Tao, no one else was their match. The spectating Sky Prides were stunned. There would be a huge change in the rankings this year. Yes, the top 3 had changed hands. The top 10 would probably be shaken as well. The first echelon was Lin Xian, who had cultivated close to the Tao. The second echelon had even more changes. The top 2 positions in the second echelon would be taken by Xin Jingqiu and Zhong Linxiu. Huangpu Beitian, Shui Jiue, Mo Tian, Hei Mo, and other veteran experts would probably have to stand at the back. Lin Xian was also very happy. He was naturally happy that Shan Jingqiu could achieve such a result. Moreover, Shan Jingqiu hadn't comprehended the power close to the Tao yet. If Shan Jingqiu could comprehend that power in addition to her spiritual body, she would probably be able to sweep Yu Linglong away. This little girl's potential was definitely super strong. Lin Xian decided that after the competition, he would make a copy of his comprehension of the Tao and give it to Xin Jingqiu so that she could comprehend the power close to the Tao as soon as possible. The competition was gradually coming to an end. Currently, only Lin Xian and the Northern Demon were victorious. Lin Xian had also exchanged blows with Yu Linglong. The two of them had fought fiercely and were extremely shocked. However, in the end, Lin Xian still defeated Yu Linglong. As for him, he had only used the power of the great dragon of Annihilation's sword soul. He hadn't used the law of fire either. Yu Linglong's delicate little face was covered in ice. She didn't expect that other than losing to the Northern Demon, she would lose to Lin Xian again. In this way, wouldn't she fall to third place? Han Fei was even more miserable. He was indeed fourth. This Lin Xian was too strong. He could actually defeat the second-ranked Yu Linglong. Most likely, only the Northern Demon would be able to subdue him. Damn it! How could eldest senior's sister be defeated? The people from Linglong Peak couldn't believe it. The elders also had ugly expressions. They weren't surprised that Yu Linglong lost to the Northern Demon because they had seen the Northern Demon's strength many times. However, losing to Lin Xian was still difficult for them to accept. Although Lin Xian had comprehended the plenilune wordless steel, although Lin Xian had displayed great strength and defeated Junwei and Han Fei. Chapter 30-100. But no matter how hard it was to accept, they couldn't change this fact. Lin Xian had indeed defeated Yu Linglong with his strength. They didn't expect that after Northern Monster, Lin Xian would appear. How would he compare to Northern Monster? Probably not. Northern Monster's 1,000 monster body and with laws were just too terrifying. Not only was Northern Monster's attack powerful, but his recovery speed was also terrifying. Once the 1,000 monster would descended, it gave Northern Monster a powerful life force. Northern Monster was already in an invincible position. The elders discussed while the others were also guessing. They were looking forward to the battle between Lin Xian and Northern Monster, because they knew that the two of them would definitely fight. The first place would be decided between the two of them, but most people thought that Northern Monster would win. After all, Northern Monster was just too powerful. Although Lin Xian was a new prodigy, he was still weaker than Northern Monster. All of a sudden, 99% of the people thought that Northern Monster would win. Only Shun Jingqiu, the dark red dragon, and a few others believed in Lin Xian. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Xian looked at the North Demon. The North Demon also looked at him. Their gazes clashed in the air, shattering the void. Come! Lin Xian leaped up and stood in the air, pointing his sword forward. Northern Monster, come out and fight. As you wish. Northern Monster stepped into the air and landed on the arena. Their domains charged out. Lin Xian's sword energy turned into a world of sword Dao. On the other side, countless plants danced behind Northern Monster, forming a forest. Their domains clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The powerful storm caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's breathing quickened. They didn't dare to be careless. Northern Monster waved his hand, and countless trees grew around Lin Xian. They covered the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. These plants weren't ordinary. They all had the strength of a monster king. Boom! Boom! Those branches and vines stabbed towards Lin Xian, wanting to pierce Lin Xian's body and suck his blood and strength dry. However, when these attacks collided with Lin Xian's body, a low sound was heard. Then these branches all broke and turned into fragments, scattering in the void. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. He stood there motionlessly, allowing the branches to attack him. He was unscathed. Everyone's mouth twitched. Those elders were also stunned. This physique is too strong, worthy of being called Nine-Yang Divine Body. Why do I feel like there aren't many invincible kings who can hurt him? Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. Then he reached out with his golden hand and tore apart all the trees in the surrounding forest. Bring out the power that is close to the Tao. Lin Xian looked at him. 9 yang divine body. He was indeed valiant. His eyes flickered, and his expression was filled with excitement. Different from Yu Linglong, this Lin Xian was someone he cared about very much. The other party was the successor of the great dragon and the successor of the 9 yang divine body. It could be said that his potential was unparalleled. At this moment he found that the 9 yang divine body was very hard. His ordinary attacks couldn't penetrate the other party at all. He could only use the power that was close to the Tao. He formed a seal with his palm, and with a low shout, the void split open. The shocking tree of 10,000 demons descended once again. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a demon city. Lin Xian waved his hand. On his golden palm, the 9 yang divine fire jumped out. He didn't use the law of fire. Instead, he relied on the flames in his body. Endless flames burned and turned into a giant dragon. It roared towards the sky and charged towards the tree of 10,000 demons. Flames were the nemesis of wood element. Would the northern demons be able to block it? Countless people were nervous. Indeed, wood was the nemesis of fire. Wood element martial artists were most afraid of fire. However, that wasn't necessarily the case. If an ordinary fire element martial artist faced a powerful wood element martial artist, they wouldn't be a threat at all. Instead, their energy would be sucked dry. It was the same for Han Fei from before. Lightning element was also the nemesis of wood element. However, Han Fei couldn't fight back at all in front of the northern demons. Could the current Lin Xian pose a threat to the north demon with his flames? They didn't know. It's useless. You underestimate me too much. Take out your power that's close to the Tao. The northern demons shook his head slightly. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons swayed. Countless vines and flowers bloomed, sucking the flames dry. In the next moment, the northern demon's eyes suddenly shone with a cold light. Since you're not willing to take it out, I'll force you to. With a wave of his hand, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky exploded. Endless vines fell and covered the entire sky. The terrifying demonic vines quickly bloomed and swept towards Lin Xian in a dense mass. It was as if the entire world had turned into a forest. The descent of the divine tree brought with it a terrifying power. Countless voids collapsed. The tree branches streaked across the sky like streaks of lightning. Lin Xian looked extremely small in front of the tree of 10,000 demons. Boom! 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 The flames on his body rose into the sky and bloomed. They turned into golden crows that spread their wings and rushed forward. The terrifying flames engulfed the world. The terrifying heat shook the void. The 9 golden crows were like 9 suns. They crashed into the tree of 10,000 demons, bringing with them a sea of fire. The tree of 10,000 demons emitted a hazy green light. Its branches danced like divine spears. The 9 golden crows collided with each other. The 9 golden crows were instantly pierced through. The tree of 10,000 demons was unharmed. It's too powerful. It's simply a divine tree. Nothing can destroy it unless it's a true law. I think even the power that's close to the Tao can't destroy it. The northern demons are too terrifying. Is this the body of 10,000 demons? Buzz. In the distance, everyone was discussing. Soon they screamed, because after the tree of 10,000 demons killed the flames of the 9 golden crows, its huge branches whipped Lin Xian's body like a giant dragon. This time, even the strongest invincible king would be split in half. Clang! An earth-shattering sound resounded like thunder. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. This time he didn't dodge. Instead, he took a head-on. Golden runes shone on his body. He was unharmed. He's fine. Many people's eyes almost popped out. This kid's physique is too terrifying. Lin Xian was also a fierce person. His 9 yang divine body was powerful. Ordinary divine abilities probably couldn't hurt him. Only the power that was close to the Tao could hurt him. Flowers bloom for a lifetime. The northern demon wasn't surprised when he saw the scene. He pointed his finger forward. Buzz! Countless demonic flowers grew around Lin Xian, quickly absorbing his energy. Many of them even wanted to take root in his body and break his 9 yang divine body. Not good. It was this move that injured Yu Linglong. Lin Xian was in danger. Yes, these demonic flowers were abnormally powerful. They could steal all power. Chapter 30-101. What a strange power. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He activated his great dragon sword soul and destroyed the strange power. The demonic flowers outside couldn't break his body, but it was dangerous if this continued. After all, the other party had already used the power of laws. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed like he had to use the laws. He had already seen the North monsters with laws, so he didn't dare to be careless. Destroy! Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He swept his gaze in all directions. Instantly, countless black cracks appeared with him at the center and spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the demonic flowers quickly shrank and withered. In the end, they scattered and disappeared. Everyone's scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. What kind of power was that? Why did it feel like Lin Xian was the death god who could take everything away? Once the power of destruction was used, it could turn everything into nothingness and cease to exist. The North monster was shocked. Although he had seen the other party's power of laws, he was still shocked when he personally experienced it. Indeed, the other party's move was similar to him forcefully taking power. However, the essence was different. He forcefully absorbed the demonic flowers to make them stronger, while the other party directly dissipated them. The power of annihilation? Interesting. Let's see if your power of destruction is stronger, or if my life force is stronger. 10,000 trees descended. The northern monster waved his finger, and the tree of 10,000 demons above his head rumbled as it descended. At the same time, the 10,000 demon tree seemed to have come alive. It grew quickly, and the entire sky exploded, forming a forest. Hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles, it was densely packed and endless, covering Lin Xian. How terrifying! Was this the North monster's true strength? The geniuses trembled, and the elders were terrified. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. He pulled out the fire Qilin sword and swung it to destroy the sword energy. Streaks of sword qi shot out in all directions with the power of annihilation. Everywhere it passed, the plants withered crazily. However, the 10,000 demon tree was too terrifying. It was densely packed and endless. He could only wave his sword energy again and again. In the end, he sent out a sword lotus that covered him. The terrifying sword spun, and countless sword energy swept out in all directions. The two forces that were close to the Tao clashed against each other. All the cultivators in the surroundings were stunned when they saw this. The reason for that was because the scene before them was simply too strange. In the sky, the forest rapidly grew, but with Lin Xian as the center, the surrounding dozens of miles around him was actually a vacuum zone. Under the power of annihilation, no plants could get close. Could it be that it would become a contest of strength? Who would be the first to give up? Who would fail? That might not be the case. The North Yao was too strong. Millions of miles had been transformed into a forest, while Lin Xian could only defend a few dozen miles. The difference was just too great. Moreover, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to the North Demon when it came to controlling power that was so close to the Tao. Lin Xian had only been cultivating for a few months, but how many years had the North monster been cultivating for? This was a gap that could not be bridged. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, and the others were watching nervously. Lin Xian was strong, but the strength displayed by the Northern Demon made them tremble. Humph! Stinking brat, you're no match for my brother. Qin Guo also looked up and snorted coldly in her heart. The dark red divine dragon, Shinjingqiu, was extremely nervous. The North Demon frowned slightly. Was it blocked? He realized that although Lin Xian's space was much smaller than his 1,000,000 miles of forest, it was still able to block it. However, he still managed to block it. Even if it was only 1 meter, he still couldn't pierce it. The divine tree bloomed. The North Demon formed another seal and roared. This time, a 7-colored flower bloomed from the tree of 10,000 demons. When this demonic flower bloomed, it covered the entire sky. It was too big. It was so big that one could not see the end of it, and the power of destruction that he brought was definitely much more terrifying. Oh no, Lin Xian is in danger. The full moon peaks, Grand Elder exclaimed. The others also felt their scalps go numb. As expected, the safe space that Lin Xian had propped up collapsed instantly and was instantly enveloped by countless plants. As for Lin Xian, he was also enveloped by the divine tree's flower. The 9-yang divine body tried its best to block it. Although it did not shatter, the divine fire and light on it dimmed. It was like a flame that could be extinguished at any time. This power was too strong. Lin Xian was also shocked. The great dragon, Sword Soul. With a cold roar, Lin Xian used the great dragon Sword Soul and the power of annihilation. The two combined to form a dragon-shaped sword chi that quickly slashed in all directions. That was why he was able to preserve it. Otherwise, that attack would have sucked away most of his power. Annihilation Sword Lotus, the 13th sword. The long sword swung, forming a sword lotus. It carried the aura of annihilation and the great dragon Sword Soul and exploded rapidly. The lotus jumped from the sword blade and suddenly grew bigger. The lotus bloomed, forming a terrifying scene. It quickly contended with the divine tree's flower in the sky. Boom! Boom! When Lin Xian was enveloped by the flower of 10,000 demons, everyone screamed. Among them, Han Fei, Yu Linglong, and the others shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian should have been defeated because, in front of this demonic flower, they could not resist at all. They thought that Lin Xian should not be able to resist. However, in just an instant, they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian rushed out. Not only that, but he also brought with him a green lotus that was as powerful as the flower of 10,000 demons. The two powerful forces collided in the sky, and the forest within 1,000,000 miles collapsed rapidly. He actually resisted the divine tree's power of annihilation. How did he do it? Yu Linglong screamed. She had been injured before, so she naturally knew how terrifying this demonic flower was. However, not only did Lin Xian come out, but he was also able to resist the flower of 10,000 demons. His power of annihilation had become stronger again. It was several times stronger than before. Han Fei also screamed in disbelief. Jun Wuya's body trembled. What was going on? He had fought with Lin Xian before and lost. Even so, he thought that he was only slightly weaker than Lin Xian. However, it did not seem so at all. Lin Xian was much stronger than him. If Lin Xian fought with him and used such power right from the start, he probably would not be able to block even one attack. Indeed, the sword Aura Lotus in the sky could turn someone like Jun Wuya into ashes with one attack. Even the North Monster was surprised by Lin Xian's strength. Had he become stronger? In fact, he had become several times stronger. This kid had hidden so much of his strength before. It should be the effect of the Dragon Sword Soul. As expected of the descendant of the Dragon Sword, the North Demon instantly thought of the famous Great Dragon Sword Soul. That was an unparalleled saint technique. Even the most trashy martial arts could become an unparalleled attack under the effect of the Dragon Sword Soul, let alone a power that was close to the path. Not to mention a power that was close to the path. Suddenly his pupils constricted. Countless green vines surrounded his body, forming a set of armor. In the next moment, the ocean-like forest in front of him instantly shattered, forming a vacuum. Chapter 3102. Annihilation. This move was Lin Xian's self-created red dot and the power of annihilation. It could be said to be a peerless killing move. With a clang, the sword landed on the bronze armor and forced the North Demon back. The North Demon was forced back. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others exclaimed in disbelief. This was the first time they saw the North Demon being forced back. The others were even more shocked. Even someone as strong as Yu Linglong, who was ranked second, couldn't make the North Demon retreat. But now, Lin Xian had forced the North Demon to retreat for more than 10 miles. Didn't that mean that Lin Xian's strength was far above Yu Linglong's? Heavens, this Lin Xian is really too strong, soaring to the skies in one go. Even if he was defeated, he was ranked second in the extraordinary scholar manner. Other than the North Demon, no one could compete with him. "Brother," Qinggu exclaimed. "How could this kid do it?" She didn't believe that Lin Xian could force her brother back. The North Demon stopped and his face darkened. He was careless. If he didn't have the green vine armor, he would have been in danger. He was fine. Lin Xian frowned and felt disappointed. He thought that the sword would be able to hurt the North Demon. He didn't expect his opponent's armor to be so powerful. Was this the armor formed by the green demon vines? As expected of a mutated species that was destroyed by an emperor, it was indeed strong and not weaker than his 9-yang divine body. "Lin Xian, I admit that you're strong. You're stronger than I expected. You can actually threaten me. But it's over now. Other than the power of wood and the tree of 10,000 demons, I still have the bloodline power of the 10,000 demons' body. Now I'll show you." The North Demon's voice resounded in all directions. The crowd below was in an uproar. What bloodline power? He didn't use it. Heavens, I thought the North Demon used all his strength. I didn't expect him to not use his bloodline power. These people were all crazy. The elders seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They knew how powerful bloodline power was. Once it was used, its power would increase exponentially. In that case, would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? The elders of the ethereal peak chuckled out. This was the North Demon indeed. To think that he had yet to unleash his full strength up till now. That Lin Xian had probably overdone it. That was for sure. That sword strike just now had used the power of the great dragon sword soul. He should have no more trump cards left. No matter how strong he wasn't senior brother North Monster's match. Those from the Misty Peak were agitated. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Junwuya, and the others were in despair. That's right, it was despair. The North Demon was too strong. He was so strong that they found it hard to resist him. Up until now, he had only just used his bloodline power. The people of the Full Moon Peak were also in despair. Lin Xian was already so strong, but the North Demon still hadn't used his full strength. It was over. Lin Xian was probably going to lose. He had thought that Lin Xian would be able to defeat the North Beast and take first place, making his name known throughout the Full Moon Peak. Now, it seemed that he could only settle for second place. Second place was already not bad. Don't forget that the Full Moon Peak used to be last place. Now that he was in second place, second only to the Misty Peak, it was definitely an earth-shattering result. Even the first elder and the peak leader let out a sigh. Indeed, Lin Xian had cultivated for too short a time. It was already beyond their expectations that he could fight the North Demon to this extent. In their opinion, Lin Xian might only be able to defeat Han Fei, but not Yu Linglong. Now that he had surpassed Yu Linglong and taken second place, they were already very happy. After all, Lin Xian had great potential. If he cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he might really be able to suppress the North Demon. But now he was still a little short. The elders and geniuses of the Divine Strategy Peak and the Exquisite Dragon Peak had the same thought. They felt that Lin Xian's current results were enough for him to be proud of himself. Big brother Lin Xian would be fine, right? Shen Jingqiu was very nervous. The dark red dragon's expression was also very calm. He gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, this kid also has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Just wait, these people will definitely piss their pants. After hearing that, the prodigies beside him shook their heads. Does he still have a trump card? That's impossible. He had already used the dragon's sword soul and 9 yang divine body. What other trump cards does Lin Xian have? A half-step sage artifact? Against the North Demon's bloodline power, it was probably useless. Therefore, in their opinion, the dark red dragon was just being stubborn and refusing to admit it. In the sky, Lin Xian heard the discussions of the surrounding elders and prodigies. Second place? That was not what he wanted. Do you think the North Demon is the only one with a trump card? I also have a power that I haven't used yet. Now I will show you my true power. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. On the other side, the North Demon's body emitted a blurry green light. Green runes appeared on his skin, and his aura rose sharply. In the sky, the tree of 10,000 demons and the flower of 10,000 demons became even more terrifying. With a boom, the flower of 10,000 demons shattered the annihilation swords and once again enveloped Lin Xian in an even more powerful manner. It was too powerful. Its power had increased by too much. In an instant, it shattered the annihilation lotus formed by the 13 swords. It was likely that Lin Xian would not be able to resist it, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power. Otherwise, this battle would have ended by now. The 4 judging elders shook their heads slightly and prepared to save Lin Xian at any time. It was over. The North Demon looked down at the scene below, and a smile appeared on his face. He had seen how powerful the successor of the great dragon was, and it shocked him. However, the other party was too young. He would only be able to contend against him after cultivating for a few decades, or even 100 years. However, by then, he would have been much further ahead. Countless sighs could be heard between heaven and earth. They were the sighs of the elders. As far as they were concerned, this battle was over. However, the estate master was shocked. Something was not right. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the scene below him. What was going on? The supreme elders behind him were stunned, and so were the rest of the people. Could it be that Lin Xian could turn the tables around? How was that possible? However, they soon saw an unforgettable scene. The flower of 10,000 demons broke the green lotus sword chi and completely enveloped Lin Xian. The battle was about to end. However, at that moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared and quickly grew bigger. Whoosh! First, it was a small fire. Then it swept across the entire sky and completely enveloped the flower of 10,000 demons. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flower of 10,000 demons kept spinning and releasing a terrifying power. The green light shone brightly and slashed in all directions like divine swords. However, the flames this time were not ordinary. They were extremely terrifying and turned into divine dragons that danced in the sky. Chapter 3103. The flower of 10,000 demons was set ablaze. The northern monster's eyes widened. How was that possible? He was dumbfounded. The judging elder who wanted to save Jun Wuxia was also dumbfounded. The elders and sky prides of the 4 peaks were also dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. What was going on? 9 suns' divine fire? How could Lin Xian's fire be so powerful? That was impossible. What did that kid use? Many people screamed like they had gone mad. The peak masters of the 4 peaks frowned. In the next moment, their eyes shone with a cold light. The full moon peak's peak leader was agitated. It wasn't the 9 suns' divine fire. It was the power of Tao. Everyone went crazy when they heard that. What? The power of Tao. Didn't Lin Xian control the power of annihilation? How could he control the power of fire? Oh heavens! Could it be that he had comprehended 2 powers that were close to Tao? That thought struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept it. How could someone comprehend two types of laws. To be honest, if a young man had comprehended two powers that were close to the Tao, it was simply a joke in their eyes. It wasn't worth hearing at all. However, they saw it with their own eyes. After using the power of annihilation, Lin Xian used the power of fire. Even the flower of 10,000 demons withered and burned. How did he do it? Jun Wuya's body trembled. Han Fei and Yu Linglong's faces turned ugly. As for Huangfu Beitian, Heimo, and the others, they were completely stunned. The power of fire. He had comprehended the Tao of fire. How was that possible? Qing Wu's face turned cold and her body trembled. The crimson, divine dragon grinned. Hee, I told you that this kid still has a trump card, but you didn't listen. Now you're scared **+. Indeed, he knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Although he was worried, he didn't despair. Qing Wu heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Brother Lin Xian is really strong. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword Qi slashed out in all directions, burning the entire forest within 1,000,000 miles. The flower of 10,000 demons was also burned to ashes. Only the tree of 10,000 demons was still floating in the sky. I told you I won't lose, Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the North Demon. The North Demon came back to his senses and took a deep breath. His expression became extremely serious. The law of fire? He had never imagined that the other party had actually comprehended two types of laws. It was no wonder that the other party was not shocked when he saw him use his bloodline power. In fact, he did not even have the urge to dodge. So, this was the other party's trump card. I admit that the power of your bloodline is strong, but it's of the wood attribute after all. On the other hand, I've comprehended the Tao of fire, and with the addition of the great dragon sword soul, my bloodline isn't any weaker than yours. You can't win this battle because of your element suppression. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. As he spoke, Lin Xian brandished his sword Qi. Accompanied by the power of fire, it soared into the air and transformed into a divine phoenix. Like a divine beast of heaven and earth, he flew forward. In an instant, the tree of 10,000 demons and the North Demon were both affected. The North Demon's armor blocked the torrential flames. Although the tree of 10,000 demons was affected, its vitality was too strong. For a moment, it was not destroyed. It seemed that he could only use that move. Kid, you're strong, but take my strongest attack. The North Demon roared and released the sea of flames in the sky. He soared into the sky. At the same time, the tree of 10,000 demons in the sky quickly enveloped the North Demon. Buzz! The two collided and combined, causing countless green lights to erupt. The surrounding flames were all suppressed. It was too strong. Although with suppressed fire, the North Demon was too strong. He seemed to have the intention of suppressing it. It seemed that Lin Xian's situation was not good. Yes, although Lin Xian had used the law of fire to suppress the North Demon had fused with the tree of 10,000 demons and used his final trump card. He even blasted away the flames in the sky, causing the people of Ethereal Peak to scream again. They knew that the North Demon would not lose. Did he still have a trump card? The sea of flames around Lin Xian surged like a god. He raised his head and looked at the green light in the sky. Very well. Let me see what your final trump card is. Lin Xian did not attack, nor did he destroy the fusion. He just waited quietly. This scene shocked the elders. Lin Xian was too calm and collected. Could it be that he was truly full of confidence? Humph! Stop being so arrogant. You will not be able to block my brother's final trump card. Qing Wu waved her little fists in the distance. In the sky, the North Demon's aura became colder and colder. The tree of 10,000 demons gradually became smaller. In the end, it completely fused with the North Demon. In the next moment, the green light dissipated and the North Demon's figure appeared. This was... When everyone saw the North Demon, they were all stunned, because the North Demon now was completely different from before. The North Demon before was slender, and his face was as white as a demon's. He was unusually handsome, but now the North Demon was completely covered. Outside, there was a giant tree with green vines wrapped around it. It held a shield and a giant sword. It was extremely tall, like a tree that had lived for tens of thousands of years. There was only a pair of cold eyes that flickered with starlight. It was clear that it was the North Demon's eyes. The North Demon and the tree of 10,000 demons had completely fused. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Buzz! In the sky, the North Demon raised the giant green sword and slashed down. The green sword light split open the heaven and earth, and even the sea of flames was split open, forming a vacuum zone. It actually destroyed the power of fire. Was he going to suppress the North Demon? Lin Xian was in danger. Lin Xian was also shocked. The wood element could suppress the fire element. The North Demon was really amazing. But unfortunately, he did not only have the power of fire, he also had the power of annihilation and the dragon's sword soul. So, he would not lose this battle. Lin Xian rose into the sky. His aura became colder and colder. The two of them faced each other in the sky. After the North Demon fused with the tree of 10,000 demons, he turned into an unbelievable existence. His cold voice rang out. This battle can end now. Receive my strongest attack. Green Sky Dragon Slash. He raised the giant sword in his hand, releasing endless green light. Countless plants grew crazily on the giant sword. They were tens of thousands of miles long. Whoosh! With a biting cold aura, it could crush everything. At this moment, the North Demon had unleashed his power to the extreme. The power that was close to the Tao surrounded it. It was extremely powerful. Is he using his ultimate move? Fine, I'll let you see my ultimate move. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a biting, cold golden light. A fiery red appeared in his left eye, turning into a fiery red moon that burned rapidly. That was the power of fire. His right eye was pitch black and filled with the power of annihilation. The dragon's sword soul in his body roared crazily. Chapter 30:104. The two powers that were close to the Tao fused with the power of the dragon's sword soul and slashed out. Xian's eyes darted around, and the three powers formed a flaming lotus that soared into the sky. The flaming lotus wasn't big. It was only the size of a palm, and it carried an aura that made people tremble. At this moment, the eyelids of the elders twitched, and their bodies trembled slightly. In the sky, the blue sky dragon slashed down violently. One slash could cut through mountains and rivers. Whoosh! The flaming lotus soared into the sky, and the two collided, erupting into an endless storm. Heaven and earth shattered, and Lin Xian and the North Demon's figures were completely engulfed in the sky. The array formation of the Prodigy Scholar's mansion lit up, flickering with mysterious runes. There were even laws dancing around. Obviously, the array formation had been strengthened again. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block this shocking attack. Was this the strongest attack of the two? It was too powerful. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were like ants in front of this attack. They were tiny. They couldn't block it at all. They wondered who would win in the end. The blue sky dragon slash was too powerful. The North Demon's sword could injure a half-saint. Lin Xian was also extraordinary. He could actually fuse two powers that were close to the Tao. The power was definitely beyond imagination. This guy's talent was too heaven-defying. Everyone discussed animatedly. They realized that they couldn't guess. Not to mention them, even the elders didn't know the final result. The energy between heaven and earth continued to rumble. In the end, when everyone couldn't wait any longer, and even the elders wanted to make a move, it finally disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. In the next moment, they saw two figures with injuries on their bodies. Lin Xian's face was a little pale, but but it seemed that the 9-yang divine body was fine. On the other side, the North Demon was bleeding. His body that had fused with the tree of 10,000 demons was broken, revealing his true body. Even the green vine battle armor he was wearing had a crack on it. There were even a few places that fell directly. The North Demon was shocked that it could destroy my green vine armor and fused body. His long and narrow eyes were filled with disbelief. His body swayed slightly, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that the attack from before had caused him to be heavily injured. He was injured. The Northern Goblin was actually injured. Heavens, did the Northern monster lose? At this moment, countless screams rang out, piercing through the clouds. The elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too shocking. How many years had it been since anyone had been able to challenge the North Demon? But now, someone had come out, and not only had he challenged the Northern Demon, he had even injured him. Didn't that mean that the North Demon had lost? The #1 position of the House of Prodigy was about to change owners. How could this be? Senior Brother Baiyao was actually defeated? I don't believe it. Those from the Misty Peak couldn't accept it. The people of the Full Moon Peak were stunned. Heavens, is this for real? Lin Xian won? I'm not dreaming, am I? Impossible. How could Big Brother lose? Qing Wu crazily shook her head. She had never thought that a newcomer who had just entered the House of Prodigy for a few months would actually be able to defeat her brother. This kid really did it. Xun Jingqiu, on the other hand, clapped her hands and cheered. This was great. Brother Lin Xian was #1. This kid really did not exceed my expectations. The dark red dragon also grinned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew how terrifying the North Demon was. No one could challenge him. But now the North Demon had been defeated. How powerful was Lin Xian? As for Black Demon, Shui Jiue, and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. Crack, crack, crack. Green light bloomed on the North Demon's body, repairing his injuries. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked forward. I didn't expect you to be able to seriously injure me. I've lost this match. The North Demon smiled bitterly. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Xian cupped his fists and nodded slightly. However, he was also surprised. That attack just now was not something an invincible king could block. Even people like Yu Linglong and Han Fei would probably be reduced to ashes. Even a half-sage would probably be seriously injured. However, the North Demon had actually blocked it. Although he was injured, it wasn't a fatal injury. Moreover, with the powerful life force of the Myriad Demon body and the Tree of Myriad Demons, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. The Myriad Demon body was really terrifying. Lin Xian exclaimed. It was easy for him to defeat his opponent, but it would be very difficult to kill his opponent. Fortunately, this battle didn't have to be a life and death battle, so Lin Xian naturally won. Moreover, the North Demon had also made him recognize him again. Perhaps his next step would be to comprehend the law of wood between heaven and earth. Winner, Full Moon Peak's Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result. Everyone was shocked again and cheered. With the end of the battle between the two, the entire competition of the House of Prodigy also came to an end. Lin Xian defeated the North Demon and became the #1 in the House of Prodigy, setting a new record. The people of Full Moon Peak screamed crazily, especially those elders. They were simply too excited. For so many years, their Full Moon Peak had been suppressed at the back, mocked and looked down on by many people. But now, they actually became the #1 in the House of Prodigy. All of this was the glory brought to them by Lin Xian. Therefore, these elders' eyes were red as they looked at Lin Xian. Those eyes made Lin Xian's hair stand. Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the rest were completely stunned. When Lin Xian first came, they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. But now, a few months later, Lin Xian completely surpassed them and even defeated the North Demon. It was something that they would never be able to do in their lifetime. As for the black demon, his body trembled slightly. Fortunately, he apologized and admitted his mistake. Otherwise, if he continued to go against such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. Huang Fu Baitian's eyes emitted a cold light. The competition this time allowed him to clearly see how terrifying a power that was close to the Tao was. Next, he would go into seclusion with all his strength. He wouldn't come out until he comprehended his own Tao. As for Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the rest, needless to say, they were shocked. Whoosh! The house master stood up and pressed his hands down slightly. Countless laws descended, causing everyone to stop talking. Countless pairs of eyes looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian walked down the stage. He knew that it was time to announce the results and rewards. Thinking of this, he was slightly excited. The Great Path Enlightenment scripture had allowed his understanding of the laws to increase rapidly. Now that he was comprehending the former residence of the saint and the place where the great emperor stayed, his understanding of the laws would definitely increase by another level. At that time, his power would also increase rapidly. The house master waved his hand, and countless rays of light gathered between heaven and earth like the Milky Way, hanging upside down in the sky. Everyone saw that it was a huge scroll. The North Demon, who was originally ranked first, dropped to second place. Chapter 3105. Everyone was extremely excited and envious. They knew that Lin Xian had become the new number one in the House of Prodigy from today onwards. The second was the North Demon, the third was Yu Linglong, the fourth was Han Fei, and the fifth was Junhua. The sixth was Shen Jingqiu. The seventh was Zhong Lingxiu. The eighth was Huang Fu Baitian. The ninth was Qin Guo. As for the Black Demon and the rest, they were all ranked beyond the top 10. This time, apart from Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu and Zhong Lingxiu's performance was too eye-catching. They had forcefully made it to the 6th and 7th places. It could be said that, apart from the power that was close to the Tao, the two of them were the strongest. The top 3 could go to the saint's former residence and comprehend for 10 days. The first place had the chance to go to the Cliff of Enlightenment and comprehend for 7 days and 7 nights. Apart from the top 3, the top 10 also had rewards of various heavenly treasures, cultivation techniques, resources, and abhijnas. The rewards given by the House of Prodigy would definitely make these sky prides jealous. Lin Xian, the North Demon, and Yu Linglong rested for 3 days before entering the saint's former residence. The saint's former residence was in a very remote place in the House of Prodigy. When Lin Xian and the other two arrived, they were greatly surprised. In their opinion, the saint's former residence should be incomparably grand and majestic. However, it was completely out of their expectations. There was a courtyard on a small hill. It was very simple. There was a bamboo house inside, and a few ancient trees were planted in the courtyard. Other than that, there was nothing else. This was the saint's former residence. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The North Demon also narrowed his eyes. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Indeed, the appearance was too ordinary. However, under the combination of the heavenly secret god eye and plenilune seed, he discovered that this place was extremely unusual. There were traces of laws everywhere. There were even some places that didn't have any laws but left behind an extremely mysterious aura. Obviously, it was left behind by a saint who had lived here for many years. Gradually, the North Demon and Yu Linglong also discovered the difference. Therefore, the 3 of them sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. The courtyard wasn't big, so the distance between the 3 of them wasn't too far. When Lin Xian's eyes flickered with terrifying runes, Yu Linglong was shocked. What kind of eyes were those? Why were they like the eyes of gods? She looked at the golden eyes, and her soul trembled. The northern monster was also shocked. Who would have thought that other than the great dragon sword spirit and the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian actually had a pair of mysterious eyes. This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. No wonder he comprehended it so quickly. The North Beast took a deep breath and activated his bloodline power. He also focused on comprehending. Within his golden eyes, a moon was revolving. With the heavenly secret god eyes and the moon-gazer serpent seed, Lin Xian could clearly see everything around him. In addition to his understanding of the scripture of the great Tao realization, Lin Xian had entered a strange state. Just like that, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days passed. A grand elder pushed open the bamboo door and walked in. He said in a low voice, "3 little guys, that's enough. It's time. You won't be able to take it any longer." Hearing this, Yu Linglong opened her eyes and sighed. Comprehending here for a day was equivalent to comprehending for a year in the outside world. She had gained a lot, and her power that was close to the Tao had also improved. The northern monster also stood up. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He exclaimed in his heart, it was more than a year. This day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Although he had only comprehended here for a short 10 days, the effect was much better than comprehending outside for 100 years. Lin Xian's 2 powers that were close to the Tao had improved once again. Their power was several times stronger than before. If he told others, probably no one would believe him. Even the peak leaders and the grand elders wouldn't believe him. Although this was the former residence of a saint, and 1 year was equivalent to several years in the outside world, it was still heaven-defying for Lin Xian to be able to improve so much. After all, he had the moon-gazer serpent's seed and the heavenly secret god eyes. In addition to the scripture of the great Tao realization, his power had improved by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. He turned around and saw the northern monster looking at him. Lin Xian grinned. The northern monster narrowed his eyes and was shocked. This kid had become unfathomable again. He wondered how much his power had improved in the past 10 days. A few days ago, he had lost to Lin Xian and was very unwilling to accept it. Naturally, he wanted to fight with Lin Xian again. Of course, now wasn't the time. When his 1,000 monster body improved again, he would come back and defeat Lin Xian in one fell swoop. Since Yu Linglong's strength had increased, she naturally wanted to give it a try as well. However, when she saw Lin Xian and the North Demon, who were like 2 endless stars, she shook her head and gave up on the idea. Both of them were monsters. The 3 of them followed the Grand Elder and left the former residence of the saint. You 2 can go back first. I'll bring him to see the mansion master, the Grand Elder said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Linglong and the northern monster looked at Lin Xian again. Their eyes were filled with endless jealousy. This was because other than studying the former residence of the saint, Lin Xian also had 7 days to study the Cliff of Enlightenment. That was even more mysterious than the former residence of the saint. Rumor had it that the Dharch had stayed there for an entire day. Then I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian nodded at the northern monster and Yu Linglong and followed the Grand Elder into the sky. They flew all the way and landed in a dazzling hall. The Grand Elder opened the door, and Lin Xian walked in. Inside the hall there was an old man. His back was facing Lin Xian as he flipped through a book. Not far behind him, there was a bronze incense burner. Wisps of green smoke floated out of it. Lin Xian took a breath and felt the blood in his body churning. He was energized. What a magical fragrance! This was definitely a heavenly treasure, and an extremely precious one at that. The mansion master was too extravagant. How terrifying would it be to absorb such fragrance all day? Greetings, mansion master. The next moment, he looked up at the figure in front of him and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're here. The voice of the manor lord was like that of an ordinary old man. Lin Xian was astonished and his eyes narrowed. Recently, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also improved. He could sense that the old man in front of him had already reached the realm of returning to one's original state. Needless to say, the mansion master was definitely an extremely powerful existence among the saints. But how would he compare to Xiaojio? Are you ready? The mansion master said calmly. I'm ready. Lin Xian took a deep breath. That's good. The mansion master turned around and revealed a warm smile. The next moment, the world changed. He was no longer in the hall, but in the mountains and rivers, mystical mountains and clear waters. A mountain peak appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clouds. It was steep, but the side facing Lin Xian was as smooth as a mirror. It was as if someone had sliced it open with a sword. Chapter 3106. These 3 words were very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it was like a flying dragon. Lin Xian's soul trembled. So powerful. In his left eye, the seed of the plenilune serpent was also jumping. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It was too magical. This place was really not simple, other than feeling the aura of many sages and the laws of heaven and earth. There was also an extremely terrifying aura that was above all the sages. This should be the aura of the great emperor, right? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? It's still so powerful. All right, I won't delay you any longer. You have 7 days and 7 nights to comprehend here. The mansion master's voice sounded. Then he disappeared into the void. Lin Xian took a deep breath and used the heavenly secret god eyes and the seed of the plenilune serpent to observe the surroundings. He silently chanted the great Tao comprehension scripture and began to comprehend. When he started to comprehend, the extraordinary warrior manor outside had also undergone changes. The North Beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others had already left the extraordinary warrior manor and headed towards the ancient starry sky path. This time, they wouldn't be returning for a short period of time. As for the others, such as Huangfu Beitian, Yi Fei Heimo, and the others, some were also preparing to leave while some continued to stay in the extraordinary warrior manor. For example, Huangfu Beitian stayed in seclusion in the extraordinary warrior manor. If he didn't succeed in comprehending the power that was close to the Tao, he wouldn't come out. As for Heimo and Yi Fei, they left the extraordinary warrior manor and stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. They felt that it would be difficult to comprehend if they stayed in the extraordinary warrior manor. Perhaps there would be other opportunities on the ancient starry sky path. Xin Jingqiu was originally at Linglong Peak, waiting for Lin Xian to comprehend. However, the mansion master looked for her today. Linglong Peak's peak master also came along. Linglong Peak's peak master was a female sage with great strength. Seniors, why are you looking for Qiu? Xin Jingqiu was very surprised. Linglong Peak's peak master smiled and said, Qiu, your opportunity is here. Opportunity? Xin Jingqiu was even more confused. The peak master said a few words in a low voice. Xin Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Is it really possible? She asked. Don't worry if I send you to that place. You will definitely grow quickly. It can even bring your spirit body one step closer. Okay. Xin Jingqiu thought seriously, then nodded and said, but I have to leave a letter for Lin Xiangij. No problem. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. After 1 day, come and find me. The manor lord and the Linglong Peak master left. Xin Jingqiu left behind a voice transmission jade slip. Then, she went to the full moon peak to find the dark red divine dragon and handed this item to it. At the same time, she said, I'm going to a place on the ancient starry sky path to tell big brother Lin Xian not to let him worry. We will meet again on the starry sky ancient path in the future. Was the little girl also leaving? The dark red dragon was not surprised by this. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Shen Jingqiu's talent was good, and her physique and bloodline were even stronger. Even if she left, there wouldn't be much danger. Moreover, he knew that this should be the arrangement of those old monsters in the House of Prodigies. If the dark red divine dragon didn't have the inheritance of the dragons, he would probably leave and look for opportunities alone. After leaving some instructions to the dark red divine dragon, Shin Jingqiu left to find the manor lord. The next day, the House of Prodigies sent news that Shen Jingqiu had also entered the ancient starry sky path. Zhong Lingxiu had left, and so had Qingwu. The three goddesses had all left. What should he do in the future? In the House of Prodigies, the remaining prodigies were all heartbroken. Qingwu left with the North Demon. Shen Jingqiu was brought away by the manor lord. As for Zhong Lingxiu, she left alone. Cliff of Enlightenment. Lin Xian was fully immersed in his senses. 7 days passed quickly. He retreated from his enlightenment and sighed. Am I leaving? To be honest, this place was much more mysterious than the previous residence of the saint. In 7 days, Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his power that was close to the Tao had become more powerful. He even comprehended the law of fire and used this power to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. His 9-yang divine body had finally improved again. Its power had completely surpassed that of an invincible king. He hadn't reached the saint level yet. It could be said that he was now a half-saint. Finally, after endless cultivation and battles, Lin Xian had cultivated the 9-yang divine body to this stage. Ordinary divine abilities and martial arts couldn't hurt him at all. Now, except for the law of fire, his physique didn't lose to a half-saint at all. If I stand still and let Huangfu Beitian hit me, he probably won't be able to break my defense. Junwia and Han Fei are no match for me. Even you Linglong, I have the confidence to defeat her in one move. Lin Xian was full of confidence now. Even if he were to face the North Demon, he was confident that he could defeat him with just one law of fire. Of course, he knew that the North Demon couldn't be stagnant forever. He must have had other opportunities, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was probably impossible for the North Demon to defeat him. It's time to go back. I wonder how Qiu and the others are doing? Lin Xian left the Cliff of Enlightenment and returned to Full Moon Peak. Full Moon Peak. Lin Xian's courtyard was surrounded by array formations. Suddenly, the clouds churned and a figure descended. Inside, the dark red dragon immediately opened his eyes and flew over. Kid, you're back. When he saw Lin Xian, his body trembled, and a piercing, cold light burst out from his eyes. What the heavens? What kind of aura is this? He retreated into the distance with a whoosh, extremely shocked. This was because he could feel that Lin Xian's aura was even more mysterious, and it carried a very dangerous feeling. This aura was much stronger than before. Damn it, you're still here. You've only been away for less than a month. How did your strength change so much? The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian laughed. Although it was less than a month, that place was extremely mysterious. 1 day was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. I'm so envious. The dark red dragon's eyes turned red. No, I have to quickly understand the power of laws. He had already obtained a copy of the Great Tao Enlightenment Sutra from Lin Xian. When Shen Jingqiu left, he had also given Shen Jingqiu a copy. However, he had been waiting for Lin Xian, so he didn't cultivate in seclusion. Now that Lin Xian was back, he could cultivate in seclusion. Of course, before this, he still told Lin Xian about Shen Jingqiu and the current situation of the outstanding scholar's residence. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Qiu left? However, it's good. With the residence master's team taking care of her, and with Qiu Er's talent, her strength shouldn't be a problem. Previously, Lin Xian was still a little worried about this little girl. However, after a few battles, it seemed like Qiu Er could handle everything on her own. At the same time, he knew that the North Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others had all left the outstanding scholar's residence and stepped onto the ancient road of the stars. There weren't many people left in the outstanding scholar's residence. Chapter 30:107. He knew that this trip wouldn't be the same as before. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Kid, are you leaving? The dark red, divine dragon asked. Lin Xian nodded. But there's no hurry. I'll stay here for a month or two to consolidate my strength. I'll go after that. All right then, I'll go into the black earth and cultivate in seclusion. The dark, red divine dragon took the Tao comprehension and went into the black earth. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to consolidate his strength. A month later, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his strength. Next, he didn't go on his way immediately. Instead, he entered the mysterious, small sword world in his body. When he saw the illusionary divine furnace again, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The illusionary divine furnace was a treasure that he had obtained in Sky Flame City. He had swallowed one of the elixirs in it previously, and his strength had increased tremendously. It wasn't just him. The dark, red divine dragon, Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing's strength had increased as well. Lin Xian knew that the illusionary divine furnace couldn't have only these few items. There must be other treasures. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to explore it again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The power of annihilation in his left eye exploded and turned into a divine chain that hooked onto one side of the illusionary divine furnace. The power of flames flew out from his right eye and turned into a scarlet chain that hooked onto the other side of the illusionary divine furnace. Open! Lin Xian roared. Boom, boom, boom. The top of the illusionary divine furnace slowly opened, revealing a small gap. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Indeed, his strength had increased, and he could open the illusionary divine furnace. However, when he looked inside, he still frowned slightly. He couldn't see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. He could only wait for the treasure to float out. Buzz! Not long after, a ray of light flashed out from the illusionary divine furnace and floated in the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed him. In the next moment, he looked surprised. It wasn't a medicinal pill, nor was it a magical treasure, but rather a jade slip. It was extremely ancient, and there were traces of time left behind on it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The illusionary divine furnace healed once again, and the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian retreated with the jade slip. What was that? He held the jade slip in his hand. The pill sage's notes. Seeing this, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He also knew how to concoct pills. It could be said that he was very proficient in it. However, as his cultivation increased, his alchemy skills were gradually unable to support him. After all, in the future, Lin Xian would have to take half-saint or even saint-level pills. But with what Lin Xian learned now, he simply could not refine that kind of medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that the search for the void divine furnace this time would actually give him an unexpected surprise. The Alchemy Saint's notes. Needless to say, this should be the experiences recorded by the ancient alchemy masters. After comprehending the scripture of the Great Path Insight, Lin Xian knew how precious these saints' records were. Just a little bit could give him endless inspiration and save him hundreds of years of detours. Therefore, Lin Xian could not wait to open it and flip through it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For a full 5 days, Lin Xian read it. 5 days later, Lin Xian raised his head and was extremely excited. It was not recorded by one alchemy saint, but by a total of 5 alchemy saints. Of the 5 alchemy saints, one was a half-saint, and the other 4 were all saint-level. The medicinal pills they refined were also very useful for the sage realm. Moreover, not only were there the insights of these sages, but there were also many pill formulas in it. Some of these pills could increase one's cultivation, break through obstacles, repair the body, repair the soul, and enhance the soul. In short, it could be said to be very comprehensive. Moreover, Lin Xian even felt that these might be some extinct pill formulas. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. Among them, he also found a pill called the Breakthrough Saint Pill. It was very famous in ancient times. It could shorten the time for invincible kings to break through to the sage realm. Moreover, after eating this pill, the success rate of invincible kings breaking through to the half-saint realm would also be greatly increased. This is it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was now at the middle 9-star stage and was very close to breaking through to the half-saint realm. However, it was not so easy to break through to the half-saint realm. Therefore, even he did not have much confidence in his heart. However, now that he had this breakthrough saint pill, it was different. As long as he could refine the breakthrough saint pill, then he had 100% confidence that he could become a half-saint. Next, Lin Xian carefully studied the breakthrough saint pill. But soon he revealed a strange look. Because the breakthrough saint pill required too many materials. There were more than 1,000 kinds, and many spiritual herbs were extinct. They probably did not even exist in the true spirit world. But thinking about it, if such a precious pill was placed in the true spirit world, probably all the remote antiquity families and sacred ground sects would fight for it. However, Lin Xian was not worried, because he was about to step on the ancient road of the stars and set foot on the myriad worlds. Although it did not exist in the true spirit world, it did not mean that it did not exist in other worlds. Therefore, Lin Xian memorized all the materials needed for the breakthrough saint pill. Then he prepared to step on the ancient road of the stars and search for them one by one in the future. Anyway, there was still some time before he broke through. It was enough for him to prepare. In addition to the breakthrough saint pill, some of the notes and insights inside would also be of great help to Lin Xian's alchemy Dao. Therefore, in the next 3 months, Lin Xian was still comprehending with all his strength. Half a year later, Lin Xian finally came out of seclusion. His alchemy Dao had improved rapidly. Although Lin Xian did not spar with other alchemy masters, Lin Xian estimated that there were not many who were better than him, unless it was those real alchemy saints. Putting away the alchemy saints' notes, Lin Xian entered the Black Earth and found that the dark red divine dragon was still in seclusion. He was not worried about this. The dark red divine dragon had rich experience, and it also had the inheritance of dragons. When it came out of seclusion again, its strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he exited the Black Earth and prepared to leave the extraordinary scholar mansion and step on the ancient road of the stars. Finding the great elder, Lin Xian explained his intention. After the great elder heard it, he nodded slightly. The mansion master and peak master have already told me that they gave you 2 things. With that, the great elder took out the items. Lin Xian found that one of them was the token of the extraordinary scholar mansion. The great elder said, "This token of the extraordinary scholar mansion represents your identity. Apart from some grand elders and peak masters, I'm afraid only you have it. This is also your reward for getting first place this time." Seeing that Lin Xian was a little puzzled, the great elder explained that this was not the first time the ancient road of the stars was opened. It had existed for countless years. Our extraordinary scholar mansion has also existed for a long time. Among them, it was unknown how many geniuses left from the extraordinary scholar mansion. They stepped on the ancient road of the stars, although they did not become great emperors in the end. However, quite a few people had gone far away. Chapter 3108. In short, every single one of them had different encounters and lives, whereas some of these people had already grown into overlords of an area, and they'd suppressed and ruled over a world or even a few worlds. Therefore, in the future, if you meet those elites from the House of Prodigy, take out this token and they will provide you with help. Lin Xian was shocked as he silently put away the token. He knew that the ancient starry sky path was a cruel path. There was only one person who could succeed in the end. However, there were still countless geniuses who did not care about the consequences and continued to advance. Apart from everyone wanting to become a great emperor, there were also other reasons. For example, after tempering on the ancient starry sky path, one's strength would increase much faster than in other places. Even if one couldn't become a great emperor in the end, there was still a high chance of becoming a sage. Some people even felt that their strength had increased greatly and left the ancient starry sky path. It could be said that this was a path of tempering. One didn't have to walk to the end. Of course, Lin Xian's goal was the end of the ancient starry sky path. The second thing is for you, from the Peak Master. This is a spirit boat. It will allow you to fly in the void universe. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up with joy. He was lacking such an item. Previously, the Great Elder had brought him to the outer realm of the starry sky. He knew about the astral winds and the terrifying energy outside. Without a suitable spirit boat, one wouldn't be able to travel far. After receiving the spirit boat, Lin Xian imprinted his soul imprint on it. He cupped his fists and thanked the house master, Peak Master and Great Elder. Looking at the young man in front of him, the Great Elder revealed a gratified smile. This was the first in the House of Prodigy. He could even suppress the North Demon. Who knew what kind of giant he would become after hundreds or thousands of years? After taking a deep breath, the Great Elder said in a deep voice, "Lastly, I have to remind you that stepping on the ancient starry sky path means that you have embarked on a very cruel path. On this path, you can't be weak. You must have a firm will, and fierce means like thunder to survive. Lastly, the end point isn't something that everyone has to reach. It's not a bad choice to stop and find the most suitable place for yourself. Lastly, I wish you the best of luck on your own path." "Thank you, Great Elder, for your reminder. Junior will keep it in mind." Lin Xian bowed respectfully. He knew that the Great Elder's words would be very helpful to him when he embarked on the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Next, Lin Xian bade farewell to the First Elder and soared into the sky, leaving the outstanding Scholar Manor. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boat in his hand expanded to several hundred feet long and floated in the air. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he entered the spirit boat. He threw out a few divine crystals, and the spirit boat tore through the void and soared into the sky. Looking at the gradually blurring scenery below, Lin Xian's heart was filled with emotion. Who knew when he would be able to return? In the endless starry universe, a streak of blue light tore through the void and flew rapidly into the distance. Inside the spirit boat, a red-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked out the window at the vast scenery of the universe and seemed to be lost in thought. This red-clothed youth was none other than Lin Xian. At this moment, it had already been 10 days since he left the house of outstanding scholars. He had spent these 10 days in the spirit boat. This spirit boat was very fast and very convenient. Lin Xian soon became proficient in controlling it. He had some information that the Great Elder had given him regarding the ancient path of the starry sky. The so-called ancient path of the starry sky was a path created by ancient sage experts and even great emperors. Lin Xian had already understood that the entire universe was made up of thousands of worlds. However, it was divided into many star fields and forces. It was very complicated and many times more complicated and dangerous than the true spirit world. Lin Xian was going to the cloud returning planet this time. It was a relatively large planet in the vicinity. Among them, the true spirit world, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and a few other star fields all had their first battle on the ancient path of the starry sky. Therefore, the cloud returning planet was very prosperous. Martial arts prospered, and all kinds of precious and extinct materials often appeared. They might not be able to find them in their own world, but that was not necessarily the case on the cloud returning planet. Many people even specially went to the cloud returning planet to search for treasures. Lin Xian also planned to take a look on the planet. Firstly, he wanted to find the materials for the breakthrough pill. Secondly, he wanted a good pill furnace. These days, he had not been idle in the spirit boat. Instead, he had refined a few furnaces of pills. These furnaces of pills were for his current 9-star king realm cultivation. After about 5 days, Lin Xian stood up and looked at the huge planet in the distance. His eyes flashed. He knew that the cloud-returning planet was up ahead. He activated the spirit boat and rushed down toward the planet. As they descended, the surrounding astral winds kept blowing and slamming against the spirit boat. The spirit boat activated its array formation and blocked the astral winds so that Lin Xian did not have to pay too much attention. After finally dodging the astral winds and reaching the sky, Lin Xian put away the spirit boat. He looked down, his eyes flashing. Below, there were many cities with dense spirit qi. It was not inferior to the true spirit world. Of course, their true spirit world had a special meaning in the entire universe. No one could compare to it. However, on the ancient star road, meaning did not seem to be important. Therefore, Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity. His eyes flashing, Lin Xian sent out his soul spirit. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 2 days later, he encountered something. Someone was robbing him in front. The person being robbed was a young man. He had an ordinary face and an early-stage 9-star cultivation. However, there were 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators. Therefore, the ordinary-looking young man complained and kept running. Finally, he met Lin Xian. "Brother, run." The young man who was running did not seem to expect that there was someone in front and immediately warned him. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that this person was quite kind and did not want to implicate him. He even specially changed the direction of his escape for this reason. Too kind. Before Lin Xian came, he heard from the Grand Elder that one had to be ruthless to survive on the ancient star road. He did not expect to meet such a kind person as soon as he came to the cloud-returning planet. People like that were very rare, and Lin Xian was tempted to save them. In front, the 2 mid-stage 9-star cultivators saw Lin Xian and immediately snorted coldly. "Kid, hurry up and get lost. Since you don't want to get lost, stay." A ray of light slashed over with piercing cold runes, shattering the void. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not take a mere mid-stage 9-star cultivator seriously. Although the other party was a cultivator of the same level as him, they were no different from ants in his eyes. He reached out his palm and directly grabbed forward. Crack! That sword energy was directly shattered by him. What? He is actually so powerful. The king who attacked was stunned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be an expert. Chapter 30-109. The Big Dipper sect was a large sect that specialized in body refinement. It was said that one could withstand the astral winds of the 9 heavens. Therefore, after Lin Xian displayed such a strong body, the king thought that Lin Xian was from the Big Dipper sect. "Are you from the Big Dipper sect?" "We are from the Blood River sect." "Mind your own business." As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed, his eyes wide open. This was because his head had already been separated from his body. A large golden hand plucked his head off. The other party dared to attack. The Blood River sect was not any weaker than the Big Dipper sect. How did the other party dare to attack? He could not figure it out until his death. This scene was seen by another king from the Blood River sect. He was scared out of his wits. In the next moment, he roared and waved his blood-red blade, about to attack. Boom! Lin Xian pointed out, and a sword qi sliced through the air, cutting this person in half. The flames on the sword qi burned the corpse clean. What happened? The aura was gone. The young man who was running felt the aura dissipating behind him and was shocked. He reached out with his soul to check behind him. In the next moment, he was stunned and stopped. Where was the person who was chasing after him? How did he disappear? Little did he know that 2 9-star intermediate kings would be killed and reduced to ashes in just an instant. Could it be that this red-robed man was the one who did it? The ordinary-looking young man was shocked. He flew over and cupped his fists to Lin Xian. "Brother, thank you for your help. How should I address you?" "Lin Xian." So it was Brother Lin. "I am Fong Hao, a disciple of the Fong family. May I know which sect Brother Lin is from? He is so powerful. Fang Hao was excited. Lin Xian said, I am a rogue cultivator. He did not hide his name, but he would not tell others that he came from the origin star of the true spirit world. The two of them chatted for a while. Lin Xian discovered that this Fang Hao was indeed a simple and honest person. Therefore he asked, Brother Fang, I just came out from the mountains and don't know much about the situation outside. I want to find some precious spirit, herbs, and other materials. Where can I get them? Precious spirit herbs? Was Brother Lin planning to concoct pills? Fang Hao said, Let's go to Great Armor City then. That was a very famous city. There were many extinct spiritual herbs that could be found there. Furthermore, auctions were often held there. It could be said to be the most famous city in this region. Giant Armor City? Don't know where to go. Lin Xian asked, Brother Lin, let's go together. I'm going too. Next, the two of them set off together. Lin Xian understood that this Fang Hao was from the Fang clan. The Fang clan was one of the clans in the southern continent, and their power was comparable to a weaker sect. However, Fang Hao's branch was only a side branch, not a direct descendant. Therefore, they were not valued. Otherwise, those people from the Blood River sect would not have dared to kill him. This time, Fang Hao was going to Great Armor City to meet someone. This woman was his fiancée. However, Fang Hao had not seen her for many years. It was said that the marriage was set by the elders of both clans. However, Fang Hao's branch had declined over the years. Therefore, the two of them had not met much. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. The four clans used this kind of soul to strengthen the relationship and benefits between each other. Perhaps this was something that was common across the myriad of worlds. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. The two of them flew for about 6 days and arrived at Great Armor City. Before they arrived, the number of martial artists around them had gradually increased. There were people from the spirit detecting realm to the honorables and kings everywhere. Lin Xian even saw many invincible kings. Fang Hao introduced that Great Armor City could be said to be a trading city. Countless clans and forces gathered here, as well as experts and geniuses. Brother Lin, I'm sure the materials you want can be found here. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them walked into Great Armor City. The inside of Great Armor City was even more lively. Listening Wind Pavilion. It was a very artistic place in Great Armor City. The entire Listening Wind Pavilion was enveloped by a huge formation that condensed rich spirit chi. It was decorated with spiritual mountains and beautiful rivers. There were even many cute spiritual beasts running around. Here, one could not only enjoy the rich spirit chi, admire the beautiful scenery, but also taste spiritual tea. The spiritual tea here was very famous in the entire Great Armor City. Therefore, some disciples of the big clans liked to drink spiritual tea and chat in the Listening Wind Pavilion when they had nothing to do. At this moment, a few young men and women were sitting at a table near the artificial mountain and the spiritual spring. Around them were beautiful maids serving them. Each of them had a cup of spiritual tea in front of them. This spiritual tea was not simple. It was estimated that those who were not rich could not afford to drink this cup. However, looking at these men and women who did not seem to care, one could imagine that they were from the big clans or disciples of the big sections. At this moment, there were a few beautiful girls at the table. One of them was dressed in purple. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were still full of arrogance. She grabbed the blue-clothed woman beside her and quickly asked, "Ching Ching, you seem to be absent-minded. You seem to have something on your mind. What is it that you can't tell your sisters?" "Hi, you. Isn't that the girl I told you about? She's called Ching Ching. She's also very beautiful." However, at this moment, there was a trace of sadness between her eyebrows. "What, it can't be. Are you talking about the marriage agreement that your clan made for you?" The girl called Hi Yu snorted coldly. "You're not really going to marry that trash, are you?" "Who said that I'm going to marry him?" It's just that my clan wants me to meet him today. Ching Ching shook her head. Hi, you sneered. What's there to meet him for? How long has that guy been cultivating? He's still a 9-star beginner now. Such a person seems to have good talent, but that's only for ordinary people. To big clans like us, it's not enough at all. With his talent, he'll probably reach the end of his cultivation in this lifetime. But you're different. You're still so young, and you're so talented. In a few decades or 100 years, your cultivation will far surpass his. When that time comes, do you think that such a man is worthy of you? Hai Yu said, coquettishly, the man I found is a genius of the Tiangang sect. At this point, Hai Yu's eyes were filled with a trace of pride. The clothes she was wearing were very luxurious, and the jade pendant necklace she was wearing was a defensive Dharma treasure. Needless to say, she was also a disciple of a big clan. Beside the two of them sat a girl in black. She had been listening quietly, and it seemed that she did not like to talk. Chapter 31:10. Fang Hao said apologetically to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, I'm sorry to have to make you come with me. But don't worry, I don't think there's much chance of us meeting this time. I'll come out soon. When the time comes, I'll accompany you to look for those spiritual herbs. It's okay. Lin Xian shrugged. Since they were already in Giant Armor City, it wouldn't matter if they stayed a little longer. Moreover, he saw that Fang Hao was very honest and worth befriending. At least he could ask him for help in finding spiritual herbs. The two of them walked into the Wind Pavilion. Inside, Hai Yu, Qing Qing, and the others were still discussing. At this moment, they raised their eyebrows and looked into the distance. Two figures were coming from afar. When they saw the two of them, the three of them had different looks in their eyes. Among them, Qing Qing had a trace of resistance in her eyes, but she concealed it very well. Hai Yu, on the other hand, had a condescending arrogance and did not hide it at all. Before Fang Hao could speak, he was interrupted by Hai Yu. You're that Fang Hao, right? You want to marry Qing Qing? Are you kidding me? What's Qing Qing's status? What's your status? What's your talent? Don't you know? How dare you come here? As soon as she said this, Fang Hao's face turned red and his eyes dimmed. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that this meeting was not going to be easy. Fang Hao was an early-stage 9-star king. He was indeed a strong person outside. However, in the era of geniuses, he was indeed not strong enough. However, the aggressive look of this blue-clothed girl in front of him made Lin Xian very unhappy. At this moment, Hai Yu continued to mock him. It's fine that your cultivation is weak, but you don't even have a decent treasure. As she said this, she proudly shook the bracelet on her left hand. This was a very precious defensive treasure. There were a total of 6 Buddha beads, and each bead was a layer of defense. When the 6 treasures attacked together, they could withstand the full force attack of a late-stage 9-star expert. In addition to this bracelet, the jade pendant and necklace on her were also the same. Even the pair of earrings had a strong vitality. Obviously, it was a wood-type treasure. When she was injured, the earrings could provide a strong spiritual energy to quickly recover. On the other hand, Fang Hao's clothes were very plain. Apart from an inner armor, there were not many treasures that could be taken out. You misunderstand. I don't want to marry Qing Qing. Fang Hao shook his head. Don't want to marry Qing Qing's heart. Then why are you here? This is not a place you can come to. Hurry up and leave. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Can you afford the spirit tea here? Hai Yu was extremely arrogant. The woman in black beside her frowned slightly. Even Qing Qing tugged at Hai Yu's sleeve, telling her to stop. Out. Go, 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 go. Brother Lin, I'm sorry for letting you see such a joke. Fang Hao's expression was extremely ugly. Lin Xian shook his head. It was nothing. Since Fert, 5 Fert, S. At least 5,000 years old. It's best if it's 7 or 8,000 years old. Of course, if the red spirit grass and man-leaf flower aren't that old, I'll take them all. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll do my best to find them for you. Hai Yu and the rest were stunned when they heard the conversation between Lin Xian and Feng Hao. Even the surrounding martial artists were whispering to each other. After all, although there were many spiritual herbs over 5,000 years old were rare. They could even be called little herb kings. Invincible kings only lived for a few years. A spiritual herb that was older than them was definitely precious, especially the red spirit grass and man-leaf flower. Many people had never heard of them. Those who knew were shocked. These were two extremely precious herbs. They could be said to be extremely rare and had already gone extinct in many star worlds. Even here, they were not easy to find. Hai Yu, Qing, and the rest knew about this. Hai Yu sneered. You want to find a herb king over 5,000 years old? You want the red spirit grass and man-leaf flower? Why don't you take a look at your wealth? She might not even be able to afford these things, let alone the two in front of her. Although she didn't know Lin Xian, how could he be a famous genius walking with Feng Hao? He must be a piece of trash. So she didn't take Lin Xian seriously from the beginning. In her opinion, these two guys must be pretending to be rich and powerful in front of her. Even Qing, who was standing beside him, frowned. She thought that Feng Hao was an honest person, but now it seemed that he wasn't. He can't afford a herb king over 5,000 years old, let alone the red spirit grass and man-leaf flower. Why must he pretend to be searching for them? It's really disappointing. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes darkened and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Ignorant, he said indifferently. To be honest, people like Hai Yu and Qing were definitely geniuses in the eyes of ordinary kings. They had noble statuses and couldn't be provoked. But in Lin Xian's eyes, they were no different from ants. He was the number one in the house of prodigy, the descendant of the great dragon. He had comprehended two powers that were close to the Tao. In terms of status, he far surpassed the other party. However, the other party was too trash and couldn't see through his strength. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy face, Feng Hao said apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. You were also affected. Let's go. Lin Xian nodded slightly. For Feng Hao's sake, he would spare the other party's life. Otherwise, the two turned and left. At this moment, Hai Yu flipped her palm and took out a small disc array. She flipped it in her hand. A voice floated out. Hai Yu said happily, Wan Gong and the others are here. Let's go out. With that, Hai Yu and the other two also walked out. Soon, Lin Xian, Hai Yu, and the others left the Wind Whisper Pavilion almost at the same time. Outside the Wind Whisper Pavilion, there were few figures with unusually strong auras, especially the leader, who was burly and full of masculine aura. That aura caused the air to rumble. Everyone's blood boiled and they couldn't breathe. No one dared to get close. After Feng Hao came out and felt this aura, his face changed and became incomparably pale. Lin Xian glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention. Late stage 9-star and a strong physique. The other party should be a close combat expert. He estimated that the other party had about 30 to 40,000 units of arcane power. Such a person, if placed in the true spirit world, would be stronger than most saints and saintesses. But in Lin Xian's eyes, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. In fact, the other party couldn't even withstand a single finger from him. Chapter 30, 111. However, to be able to find such a genius on the streets, it could be said that the cloud-returning planet's martial path was indeed prosperous. If the 10,000 ancient races were not included, it had already surpassed the human race of the true spirit world. Lin Xian ignored him and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a joyful voice came from behind. Wan Gong, you're here. Immediately after, Lin Xian saw Hai Yu throw herself into the arms of a burly man in front of her. Qing and another black-clothed woman also walked over. There were also many people around Wan Gong. There were men and women, but without exception, they were all outstanding, wearing luxurious clothes and wearing many treasures. Needless to say, these were either geniuses or disciples of large families or sections. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hai Yu stood up from Wan Gang's arms and glanced at Fang Hao and Lin Xian with deep disdain in her eyes. Who were these people? Wan Gong glanced at Lin Xian and Fang Hao before retracting his gaze. Fang Hao was an early 9-star person. He did not take him seriously at all. Although he could not see the depth of the red-clothed youth next to him, he should not be a genius. Therefore, he also had a hint of disdain. The two of them? Hai Yu's lips curled into a sneer as she looked at Fang Hao and said that he was here to see Qing Qing. A toad actually wants to eat swan meat? What a joke! As for this kid, he should be Fang Hao's companion. Here to see Qing Qing? As expected, he was courting death. The surrounding cultivators all laughed. Wan Gong even snorted coldly. He looked at Qing Qing with a hint of fire in his eyes. However, he managed to control it very well. He knew that this Qing Qing was not simple. She was the little princess of a large family. He had once wanted to take her, but he could not succeed at all. Now, an early 9-star person actually dared to have designs on Qing Qing. He was really courting death. Oh, right. These two people also said that they would vigorously search for 5,000-year-old king herbs. He also wanted to find the red velvet flower and the vine leaf flower. Hai Yu said in a delicate voice. What? As soon as these words came out, these young cultivators were all stunned. Then, one by one, they bent over in laughter. With just the two of them, you want a 5,000-year-old king of medicine? Red spirit grass and man leaf flower? I'm dying of laughter. Where did these two brothers come from? This was too aggressive. Wan Gong was also stunned. Then he grinned. It seemed that not only were their cultivations weak, they were also brainless idiots. Hai Yu coldly snorted and wanted to drive the two away, but Wan Gong stopped her. Wan Gong looked at Fang Hao and Lin Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of you are looking for spiritual herbs. It just so happens that I also wanted to go to the 10,000 herb hall. Why don't we go together?" Hearing this, Hai Yu was also stunned. What was going on? Wan Gong wanted to help them? However, when he saw Wan Gang's expression, he immediately understood what Wan Gong was thinking. It seemed that Wan Gong wanted to tease these two people. The young martial artists around him also knew about this and immediately started cheering. "Brat, with just the two of you, who knows how long it will take you? Just follow our brother Wan. Our brother Wan is a genius. He knows people in the 10,000 herb hall and can give you a discount." Hearing this, Qing Qing was also stunned. She naturally knew what the other party was thinking, so she quickly shook her head. Fang Hao glanced at Lin Xian and asked for his opinion. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Okay, thank you very much. He naturally knew what the other party was up to. However, at his level of strength, he did not care at all. What he wanted now was those spiritual herbs. No matter what method he used, he had to collect all of them to refine the saint breakthrough pill. Hai Yu sneered. These two really did not know what was good for them. Wan Gong also smiled proudly. Later, he would properly intimidate the other party and show his strength. He would let these two know what it meant to be a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Others wanted to get a woman that he could not get? What a joke! Qing Qing also sighed. She was already in despair and did not plan to help the two of them anymore. On the other hand, the girl in black looked at Lin Xian with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. This was because she realized that Lin Xian's expression was very indifferent from the beginning to the end. It was as if he did not care about them or Wan Gong and the others. Did this guy have something to rely on? She did not know. However, she had seen people with such an expression. They were either peerless figures who ruled over a region or idiots. She did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, she was very curious and wanted to follow and take a look. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Wan Gong led the group away in a grandiose manner. The 10,000 herb hall was very famous. It could be ranked in the top 3 among the spiritual medicine halls in Giant Armor City. It was said that there was a mysterious force behind the 10,000 Herb Hall. When it first opened, it was attacked by many parties, but in the end, it was successfully built. Moreover, it became bigger and bigger. The original big families and big forces in the city did not dare to provoke it anymore. Lin Xian was also looking forward to such a place. Refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill required 1,300 types of spiritual medicine. Lin Xian was able to gather 300 types, and he would need to collect the remaining 1,000 types. Therefore, Lin Xian would not let go of any possibility. The 10,000 Herb Hall was located in the north of the city. It was a very magnificent and huge hall. At the door, there were 2 white jade rabbits carved from wood-tooth crystals. They were lifelike, and each of them was like a small mountain. They exuded a strong spiritual qi and suppressed the front. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that these 2 white jade rabbits were not just decorations, but the center of 2 formations. The entire 10,000 Herb Hall was wrapped in a huge formation. There were no less than 10 defensive and offensive formations. Of course, ordinary people could not see it. They only knew that the spiritual qi here was abundant, and there was always a sense of danger hanging in their hearts. However, given how powerful Lin Xian was, there was no way any formation could hide from his divine ability. So it was young Master Wan. "Please come in." At the front, after Wan Gong arrived, someone from the 10,000 Herb Hall came to welcome him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Wan Gong laughed loudly and walked in with large strides. Hai Yu snuggled up to him, looking very dignified. Look, this was a true powerhouse. He was incomparably respected wherever he went. The young martial artists and prodigies behind him also followed. Fong Hao looked at this scene and was extremely shocked. He naturally knew about the 10,000 Herb Hall. Ordinary people did not dare to be presumptuous here. It was said that even the famous powerhouses did not dare to mess around here. Moreover, if one wanted to become the other party's VIP, one had to be extremely wealthy and have an extremely high status. He did not expect that Wan Gong was also a VIP. Therefore, he smiled bitterly and said carefully, "Brother Lin, that Wan Gong is not simple. We'd better not provoke him." "Oh, why?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Fong Hao said, "As far as I know, Wan Gong should be a prodigy from the Big Dipper sect. His Big Dipper physique is very strong. Although he is a late-stage 9-star, his physique is definitely comparable to a peak 9-star. Chapter 3112. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing this, but he didn't care in his heart. Not to mention Wan Gong, he didn't even put the Heavenly Dipper sect in his eyes. What's more, it was a small disciple of the Heavenly Dipper sect. After entering, even someone like Qing Qing Haiwa was greatly shocked. The surrounding stalks of spiritual herbs emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. The age and price of the herbs were written on them, causing even these people to be greatly astonished. Too expensive. Some spirit herbs required a small portion of their wealth. There were even some that they couldn't afford, even if they sold all of their wealth. "I want a 5,000-year-old ink spirit flower." After Wan Gong entered, he said loudly. His voice was very loud, to the extent that the surrounding martial artists all heard it. Immediately, shocked and envious gazes were cast over. A 5,000-year-old ink spirit flower. Heavens, although the ink spirit flower wasn't particularly precious, but 5,000 years was already considered a little medicine king. The price was also very shocking. Who was this? He was actually so generous. Looking at his physique, it was so strong. He should be someone from the Heavenly Dipper sect or the Dragon Tiger sect. Hearing the shocked and envious discussions of the surrounding people, Wan Gong stood with his hands behind his back. Hai Yu, who was beside him, was so excited that she was trembling. This feeling of being the center of attention was really too good. Qing Qing and the woman in black were also surprised. They didn't expect Wan Gong to actually want to buy the Little Medicine King. Even the people who came with Wan Gong cried out in surprise. "No way, Brother Wan, you actually came this time to buy the Little Medicine King. Brother Wan, you're really generous." "Yes, I also want to buy a few stalks of spirit herbs. But compared to Brother Wan, I'm really far behind." After the middle-aged man in charge of receiving heard this, he was also stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Young Master Wan, please wait a moment. Let's go to the VIP room first." He brought Wan Gong and the others to a luxurious room, served them spirit tea, and then quickly left. Soon the door opened again. Other than the middle-aged man from before, there were 3 other people. Among them, there were 2 old men and a beautiful woman. The 2 old men wore white robes and had aged faces, but their eyes were incomparably sharp. Seeing these 2 old men, Ching Ching Haiyu and the others were shocked. They knew that these 2 old men were very famous and belonged to the category of spirit medicine appraisers. The spirit medicines they appraised could be said to be 100% authentic. Even if there was an error in the age, it would not exceed 10 years. Therefore, these martial artists could buy the spirit herbs that had been appraised by these 2 people without any worries. When they saw the young woman, they were immediately stunned. Even Wan Gong was stunned. In the next moment, he hurriedly stood up. The bright girl was about 30 years old. She had red lips and white teeth. She was very beautiful, and her body was filled with spiritual energy. As he walked, there was a strange fragrance of flowers. "Madam Hua, I didn't expect you to come as well." Wan Gong hurriedly cupped his fists and said. The others were equally shocked. Fong Hao was even more surprised. What, Madam Hua was here too? This Wan Gang's face was too big, right? Lin Xian asked from the side. Who was this person? Madam Hua was the shopkeeper of the 10,000 herb hall on the surface. Her status could be said to be very noble. He didn't expect her to come as well. It should be the reason why Wan Gong bought the little herb king. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention. He glanced at the other party. This Madame Hua had a beautiful face, but she should be a few hundred years old. Her cultivation was around the early stage of 9 stars. She wasn't too strong. It was impossible for him to support the 10,000 herb hall alone. One had to know that the world of martial artists was very cruel. If one's strength was at the early stage of 9 stars, he would probably be swallowed up by others until not even his bones were left. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that there must be an even more terrifying expert behind Madame Hua. After Madame Hua arrived, she said a few words of courtesy. Although it wasn't much, it still made Haiyu and the others very excited. Look, this was Wan Gang's face. Thinking of this, Haiyu became even more proud. This Wan Gong was her man. Thinking of this, she glanced at Fong, Hao, and Lin Xian. Compared to Wan Gong, these two were simply ants. Fong Hao sensed that many people were looking at him, and his face immediately turned red. Lin Xian was expressionless. When he saw that Madame Hua was about to leave, he immediately said in a deep voice, Madame Hua, please wait. Hearing this, Madame Hua stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and frowned slightly. The middle-aged deacon was also stunned. Then he stared at Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Hi, you snorted coldly. Kid, what are you doing? How dare you stop Madame Hua? Are you tired of living? Wan Gang's face also darkened. Although he was powerful, he couldn't be compared to Madame Hua. If this kid angered Madame Hua, he would probably be implicated. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked with a piercing, killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. Seeing this, Madame Hua was slightly stunned. This young man was so calm. She stopped in her tracks and asked curiously, Why did you call me? I came to the 10,000 herb hall to buy spiritual herbs. Lin Xian spoke again. Buy spiritual herbs? Madame Hua frowned again. You can just let them handle this kind of thing. As she spoke, She was about to turn her head. However, Lin Xian's voice made her stop again. I'm afraid others can't make the decision. The spiritual herbs I want to buy are not ordinary. Oh, what do you want? Madame Hua's interest was piqued. This kid is quite arrogant. The middle-aged deacon snorted coldly. I can't make the decision? Who is this person? Is he more powerful than Wan Gong? Wan Gong snorted coldly. This kid, I want to see how long you can pretend. Hai Yu and the others were the same. They looked as if they were watching a show. They even quickly distanced themselves from Lin Xian and Fong Hao. I hope you don't drag me down with you when you court death later. Golden thread grass, red blood fruit, rainbow butterfly. Lin Xian listed dozens of spiritual herbs in one go. Hearing this, Wan Gong grinned. These were all very common spiritual herbs. Not to mention the 10,000 herb hall. Other smaller spiritual medicine halls also had them. Isn't this kid courting death by listing such spiritual herbs here? Sure enough, the middle-aged deacon's expression darkened. This kid is obviously making a joke out of our 10,000 herb hall. Madame Hua frowned as well. A trace of impatience appeared on her face. However, she was in charge of the 10,000 herb hall after all. She had patience. Therefore, she quietly waited for Lin Xian to finish. Lin Xian listed 50 spiritual herbs in one go. Then he said that he wanted all of them at least 5,000 years old. The older the better. It would be best if they were 7 or 8,000 years old. What? When they heard this, all the cultivators in the room were stunned. Chapter 31:13. The middle-aged deacon of the 1,000 herb hall also twitched his mouth. The two old men were also stunned. Even Madame Hua was stunned. What did he say? Did she hear wrongly? All of them were more than 5,000 years old, and the older the better. He even wanted 7 or 8,000 years old. This scene made her feel like she was dreaming. Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you tease Madame Hua? Do you want to die? Wan Gong shouted coldly. The others also came back to their senses and sneered. Kid, do you know what 5,000 years is? And you want 7 or 8,000 years old. That's right, and you dare to ask for 50? I think you can't even afford one. These people mocked and ridiculed. Hai Yu screamed like a little devil. She wanted to see how this kid would end up. Qingqing sighed. Originally, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Fong Hao were bragging in front of them. However, the other party dared to behave atrociously in the 1,000 herb hall. Where was this? This was the Azura arena. When the 1,000 herb hall was first built, many experts came to assassinate it, but they were all suppressed in the end. Since then, no one dared to come to the 1,000 herb hall to behave atrociously. But now, the other party dared to tease Madame Hua in public. Wasn't this courting death? Humph! Hearing the words of Wan Gong, Hai Yu and the others, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding aura froze. Wan Gong, Hai Yu and the others trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Especially Wan Gong, it was as if he had been targeted by a peerless beast. The blood in his body was about to condense. Damn it, who was it? He instantly shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything more, because he knew that the 1,000 herb hall was not simple. There were peerless experts guarding it. If he dared to be presumptuous again, he would probably be killed immediately. The others, such as Hai Yu and the young warriors and geniuses, were the same. In their opinion, it should be the experts of the 1,000 herb hall showing their might. How could they have thought that this aura was emitted from Lin Xian's body? After seeing that it had quieted down, Madame Hua asked again, Are you sure you want all of these? Of course. Why? Don't you have them? What a joke. What doesn't my 10,000 herb hall have? Of course, the 10,000 herb hall has all of these. But boy, are you sure you can afford it? The middle-aged deacon frowned and spoke with a dignified tone. You think I'm joking with you? Lin Xian's expression also darkened. Immediately, the The terrifying aura in the sky became even more biting cold. Madame Hua's eyelids twitched. Then she brought this young master to see the medicine. However, the middle-aged deacon still wanted to say something, but when he saw the look in Madame Hua's eyes, he immediately bowed and said, "Yes, madam, I understand. Young master, please come with me." He looked at Lin Xian and made an inviting gesture. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said to Feng Hao, "Brother Feng, wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look at the spiritual herbs." "Lead the way." Lin Xian came to the front, and the middle-aged deacon led the way. Soon, the two of them left the room. Madame Hua also left, leaving behind only the two spiritual medicine appraisers. They took out a box made of jadeite and precious jade. Inside, there was a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb. What happened next was simple. Wan Gong paid a huge price to buy the spiritual herb and put it into his storage ring. After the two elders left, the entire room was in an uproar. Damn, it can't be right. Could it be that the boy really wanted to buy so many 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Heavens, those were all king herbs. Just one stalk was already at a shocking price. How could that brat possibly afford it? These people were all crazy. To tell the truth, even Feng Hao's mind was blank. He knew that Lin Xian might want to buy a small king herb, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would say more than 50 king herbs in one breath. That was more than 50 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Wan Gong had already paid a huge price for one, let alone 50. Wan Gong also snorted coldly. Impossible. The boy definitely couldn't afford it. He must be trying to show off in front of us. That's right, just you wait. The consequences of playing tricks on the 10,000 herb hall are very tragic. He'll probably be skinned alive, suppressed in hell forever, and never reincarnated. Feng Hao, where did you meet that guy? What's his identity? Hai Yu asked sharply. Qing Qing and the woman in the black dress also looked over. Seeing so many people looking over, Feng Hao was a little nervous. He sighed. I don't know either. I met Brother Lin on the road. From what I know, Brother Lin seems to be a rogue cultivator. What? A rogue cultivator? When those words came out, everyone was stunned. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Those people laughed loudly. Disdain appeared in Hai Li's eyes again. I thought he was a disciple of some big family. He's actually a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator like him dares to buy 50 king herbs? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's see how he dies. Feng Hao, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, you're dead meat too. Wan Gong also snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. As a genius disciple of the Tiangang sect and the young master of the Wan family, buying a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb was already very painful, let alone 50. How could Feng Hao afford it? He knew that Feng Hao was not going to live. No one had ever left alive after provoking the 10,000 herb hall. Therefore, Wan Gong stood up. Let's go. Don't bother with a dead man. Let's go outside and see if there are any other spiritual herbs. Don't you want to buy a few too? Yes, I haven't bought mine yet. These young prodigy martial artists followed Wan Gong one after another and walked out. Feng Hao was stunned. He was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. In the end, he sighed, gritted his teeth, and followed them. He would not leave. He had to see Lin Xian come out safely with his own eyes. On the other side, the middle-aged deacon and an appraisal elder brought Lin Xian to another hall. According to Lin Xian's request, they took out stock after stock of spiritual herbs. Among them, the middle-aged deacon sneered and sent a voice transmission. Immediately, the elder took out a few stalks of spiritual herbs and placed them on the table. They were not 5,000-year-old. Some were 3,000-year-old, and some were even 2,000-year-old. However, ordinary people would not be able to tell. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. Is this how the 10,000 herb hall does business? Take a 2,000-year-old and two 3,000-year-old herbs and mix them in. The reputation of the 10,000 herb hall is really something. What? Hearing this, the middle-aged deacon and the elder trembled. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Their voice transmission was very secretive, and they had only mixed in a small amount. Other than the two of them, no one else could know. However, the other party saw through it with a glance. How was that possible? Could it be that the other party eavesdropped on their conversation? Impossible. The two of them were communicating via voice transmission. Who could hear them? Chapter 31:14. The middle-aged deacon hurriedly said, "Sorry, I took the wrong one. Please forgive me, young master." He quickly took away the 2,000 or 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and took out the real one. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. Mysterious runes surrounded the area, and he began to identify the age and authenticity of the spirit herbs. On the other side, Wangong, Haiyu, and the others came to the main hall. They began to view and buy other spirit herbs. Among them, a woman who came with them looked at a spirit herb on the light screen in front of her. She was overjoyed. "That's it. I want that one." "Don't worry, Yumin. I'll buy whatever you like." Beside her, a young man was waving a folding fan. He looked handsome. "Young Master Shin, you are so nice." The woman called Yumin smiled like a flower. Young Master Shin laughed out loud. Although this spirit herb was expensive, he could still afford it. If he worked harder, he would be able to get this woman, named Yumin. Wouldn't that be great? "Hey, this is good. I want it." Right at this moment, an arrogant voice sounded. "What's going on?" Young Master Shin and Yumin heard the voice and turned around. They saw a young man in purple walking over. The young man had a sword at his waist. His nose was in the air, and he looked like he didn't care about the world. "Who is this guy?" Young Master Shin was furious. Yumin snorted. "We saw this first. Who do you think you are? Get out of here." They were a group of high and mighty people. They never cared about others. They were the ones who bullied others. When did anyone dare to bully them? Young Master Shin's face darkened. His eyes shone with a cold light. "If you don't want to get your legs broken and crawl out of here, disappear from my sight now." The man in purple was also angry after hearing the words. With a clang, he pulled out the sword at his waist. "What did you say? Little bitch, how dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll fuck you right now." He was very arrogant. The long sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Yumin was furious when she heard the words. Although she was a beautiful woman, how could she still have the face to stand here after being called out like this in public? The next moment, she screamed and ran to young Master Shen with a pitiful look. "Young Master Shen, he insulted me. You have to help me get revenge." Young Master Shen was instantly enraged. Who would dare to touch the woman he fancied? Moreover, he felt that this was a good opportunity. As long as he could get rid of this purple-clothed youth, he would be able to obtain Yumin. Therefore, at the next moment, he said coldly, "You're courting death. You're just an early-stage, 9-star cultivator. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Get lost." Young Master Shin was a mid-9-star expert, so he was able to force the purple-clad young man back with just one blow. It even caused the purple-clothed youth to vomit a mouthful of blood. "Ha ha ha ha. I thought he was a powerful figure, but he turned out to be a piece of trash. You can't even take a single palm from me." Young Master Shin stood with his hands behind his back, sneering. Yumin, who was at the side, also laughed as she looked at the purple-clothed youth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule. The purple-clothed youth covered his wound and wiped away the blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Kid, just you wait. Today, you won't be able to leave the 10,000 herb hall." With that, he turned around and left. Threatening me? Did I grow up being threatened? Young Master Shin did not care at all. After all, he was with Wan Gong and the others. He was also a genius, and his Shen family was also a big family. When had he ever been threatened? Moreover, it was by a piece of trash whose cultivation was lower than his, so he did not care. What's going on? Who's making trouble here? The deacon of the 10,000 Herb Hall walked out and asked coldly. The other martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had all seen the scene just now. They did not expect that someone would dare to make trouble here. Did he want to die? Young Master Shin and the others' faces also changed, but fortunately, Gong walked over and said a few words and showed his identity. The martial artists of the 10,000 Herb Hall left. The surrounding people were all stupefied. They looked at Gong in astonishment. Who were these people? How could they get away with making a move in the 10,000 Herb Hall? They must have an extraordinary identity. What's going on? Gong asked with a frown. Young Master Shin said, "There was a piece of trash who dared to make trouble, and I sent him flying with one palm. I heard it too. That guy also said that we would not be able to walk out of the 10,000 Herb Hall. Who does he think he is? From what I can see, the clothes and artifacts you're wearing aren't simple at all. You guys wouldn't have provoked some formidable characters, right?" Fong, how whispered at the end of the group. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. "Hi, you," sneered disdainfully. "Fong, how? How can a piece of trash like you understand our existence? Even with Brother Wan here, who dares to harm us. Didn't you see that when Brother Wan bought spiritual herbs, even Madame Hua wanted to come out? These people were very arrogant and did not take anyone seriously at all." Gong was even more proud. "Don't worry. If there's anything, I'll help you settle it." He was very confident in his strength and identity. The group continued to stroll in the main hall. On the other side, many people were sitting in an extremely noble and luxurious hall in the 10,000 Herb Hall. This place was not open to the public. Only the people inside the 10,000 Herb Hall could enter. Madame Hua, who had gone to meet Gong and the others, was also here. However, she was not the main character, but just a foil. At this moment, Madame Hua was shaking a wine cup made of high-quality sub-god crystal. This sub-god crystal emitted a fiery red flame. Spiritual wine rolled inside, making clinking sounds like a volcano erupting. At this moment, Madame Hua was abnormally beautiful. She was nestled in the arms of a man. This man sat there arrogantly, looking dignified without being angry. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent and an irresistible will. It was obvious that he was someone who had been in power for a long time. On either side of him, there were also many elders and kings with powerful auras. These people were all served by beautiful women. Opposite this dignified man was another man with a fat head and big ears and a round belly. He sat there, shaking the wine cup in his hand that was like the sun and laughing loudly. The beauty in his arms was being played by him nonstop. "Brother Golden Sword, please." The dignified man said in a clear voice. As he spoke, illusions that resembled a sea of blood surged around him. The other experts and elders were shocked. It seemed that their boss had become stronger than before. "Ha, easy." The fat man, known as the Golden Sword King, laughed loudly. Cooperating with the Bloody Blade King was indeed refreshing. It turned out that the two sides were talking about cooperation. At this moment, the door of the main hall opened and a figure walked in. So it was Nephew Jean. Come, come, come. Quickly serve him." Several beautiful women walked up, wanting to help the purple-clothed man. Scram! However, they were all pushed away by the purple-clothed man. These women were pushed to the ground, trembling. The others were also stunned. What was going on? Was this kid throwing a tantrum? However, when they saw the purple-clothed man, they were all stunned. The purple-clothed man's arms were drooping, and his body was covered in blood. Chapter 31:15. Fortunately, the entire 10,000 Herb Hall was protected by a formation. Otherwise, this attack would have split 10,000 Herb Hall in half. The dignified man, Bloody Blade Monarch, also frowned. He was originally discussing a cooperation with Metal Sword Monarch to attack a spiritual mountain together. There were many spiritual herbs on that mountain range, and 1 or 2 of them were extinct. If they could attack it, the strength of 10,000 herb hall would increase. However, there were many demons on that mountain range. Therefore, both sides wanted to cooperate. Now that they had just reached an agreement, the other party's son was injured in 10,000 herb hall. If this was not handled well, he knew that it would affect the cooperation. Bloody Blade Monarch's face immediately darkened. What was going on? Had they forgotten the rules of 10,000 herb hall? Who dared to attack here? His voice was piercingly cold. Countless blood-colored blade lights circled in the air, emitting a monstrous, bloody aura. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. One person directly knelt on the ground. This person wore black armor and had a terrifying aura. However, compared to Bloody Blade Monarch, he was much weaker. He was the captain of the guards in charge of 10,000 herb hall's safety. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, trembling. "Calm down," the king said with a trembling voice. Bloody Blade Monarch said coldly, "Go, find out what happened and bring the person who attacked here for Brother Jean to deal with. If you can't complete it in 5 minutes, don't come back." At the end, the space was shattered by the blood-colored blade light. "Yes, I'll do it now." The black-armored man hurriedly left the main hall. Outside, Wangong, Haiyu, and the others were still strolling around. They were not afraid at all. This was because Wangong had said that no one dared to attack in 10,000 herb hall. Moreover, he was an honored guest of 10,000 herb hall. He would definitely side with them. Moreover, even if someone dared to attack, they would be suppressed. The strongest person behind 10,000 herb hall was not Madame Hua, but an expert known as Bloody Blade Monarch. With Bloody Blade Monarch around, no one dared to behave atrociously in 10,000 herb hall. Therefore, they were very confident. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, more than a dozen cultivators in black armor walked in from all directions of the hall. Their expressions were cold and murderous as they walked into the distance. Seeing the scene, the martial artists in the hall were shocked and retreated one after another. Wangong, young Master Shin, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Why was the Black Armor team mobilized? The Black Armor team was the law enforcers of the 10,000 herb hall. Could it be because of what had just happened? At the thought of this, Haiyu, young Master Shin, and the others quickly gathered. Who did it just now? The black-armored army approached Wangong and asked coldly, "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I am Wangong, an honored guest of your 10,000 herb hall." Wangong smiled and said, in his opinion, these people would definitely give him face, just like the previous scene. But this time he was stunned. "I don't care if you're Wangong or Qian Gang. Let me ask you, who did it just now?" "What?" Wangong was stunned when he heard that. Haiyu, young Master Shin, and the others were also stunned. What's going on? These people refused to give them face? Wangong's face also darkened, sensing the whispers around him. He was so angry that he trembled a little. He was of noble status and powerful strength. Even when he came to the 10,000 herb hall, he was treated with respect. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, the other party was the law enforcement team of the 10,000 herb hall. He could not easily start a conflict with them. So at this moment, he suppressed his anger. Young Master Shin also shouted coldly, "Yes, I did it." "What do you want to do?" "You did it. Then it's easy. Take him away." The middle-aged man in the lead shouted coldly. Immediately, four black-armored army soldiers stood up and came to young Master Shin's side, surrounding him. "What do you want?" Young Master Shin's expression changed. Haiyu and the others also screamed. Wangong's face darkened. Not only did they refuse to give him face, but they also wanted to take away the people around him? Damn it, did they really think that he, Wangong, was easy to bully? "Buzz!" He stood up again. "You guys, where do you want to take my friends?" "Where to?" "Of course, to bring them back for interrogation. You dare to openly challenge the rules of the 10,000 herb hall. You should think of the consequences if you make a move here. A cold voice sounded. Damn it, it was indeed that guy from before. Young Master Shin gritted his teeth. Wan Gong also frowned. It seemed that guy had spread the news to the 10,000 herb hall. However, he was not afraid, because he was a member of the Wan family, and he was also a genius disciple of the Tiangang sect. Even if the matter went to the higher-ups, the 10,000 herb hall would have to give him face. So he said calmly, Brother Shin, don't resist. Go with him. I'll go with you. Don't worry. With me here, there won't be a problem. Wan Gong gave him a reassuring look. I'll go too. I'll go too. Hai Yu and the surrounding people all followed. Seeing this, Wan Gong and young Master Shin were even more confident. These people were not ordinary. Any one of them was a disciple of a big family. With these people working together, even the 10,000 herb hall would have to be careful. Let's go. Let's follow and see what that kid is capable of. He actually dares to cause trouble. Damn it, if I see him again, I'll twist his head off. Young Master Shin said viciously. The group excitedly followed the black armored army and left. Feng Hao sighed and followed, because now he could not leave even if he wanted to. These black armored army had him firmly under their watch. The group walked towards the magnificent main hall. On the other side, Lin Xian had finished inspecting all the herbs. Every one of them was real, and they were all more than 5,000 years old. There were even 5 6,000-year-old herbs and 3 7,000-year-old herbs. I'll take all of them. Name a price. Lin Xian said calmly. You want all of them? The middle-aged man and the elder were stunned, as if they could not believe their ears. All of the herbs here were more than 5,000 years old. Any one of them would fetch a shocking price. Don't say so much. Even a big family would not be able to afford it in such a short time. Who was this kid in front of them? How dare he say such big words? Young master, are you sure you want them? The elder asked in a low voice. Previously, Lin Xian had seen through their little trick at a glance. They knew that this young man in front of them was not simple. So, they did not dare to act rashly. It was very likely that this person had a mysterious background and could afford them. 10,000 herb hall could not afford to offend such a person. Of course. Lin Xian nodded. This matter is too important. We can't decide. How about this? I'll bring you to see our Madame Hua. Young master, this way please. As they spoke, the middle-aged man and the elder kept the herbs in their storage rings and led the way. Lin Xian nodded slightly and followed them. Chapter 31:16. In front, the middle-aged deacon and elder were not worried as long as the other party dared to joke with them. What awaited the other party would be a torrential torture. The two of them brought Lin Xian and walked toward the dazzling main hall. The atmosphere in the dazzling main hall was abnormally heavy, as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains circling in the air. It was so heavy that those people could not breathe. The maids who accompanied the guests were trembling and retreated to the side. All of this was because of one person, a youth in purple. His face was pale and his injuries had healed, but his eyes were terrifyingly red as if he could eat people. Damn it, that guy is here. I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. A cold voice came out of his mouth, causing the temperature in the main hall to drop. Beside him, the fat middle-aged man was smiling like a Maitreya Buddha, as if he did not care at all. The bloody blade monarch opposite him was not angry. Such a thing had happened under his watch, and it was someone he wanted to rope in. He would not let the culprit go. He must teach him a cruel lesson. No matter who it was, no one dared to cause trouble in his territory. The others did not even dare to breathe loudly. Once the bloody blade monarch was angry, there would be millions of corpses and thousands of miles of blood. Crack! Suddenly, the main hall opened, and a group of black armor soldiers walked in, followed by some young figures. These people were wearing luxurious clothes, and they were Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others. Seeing these people enter, the youth in purple stood up instantly, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Here, his enemy was finally here. Let's see how he will kill these people. What? It's that guy. It's him. Young Master Shin saw the youth in purple at first glance. Instantly he screamed, "Hi you, Wan Gong," and the others also looked over. Young Master Shin roared, "Kid, you don't know what's good for you. How dare you tell on me? When we get out later, see how I'll kill you." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a low, thunderous sound rang out. Immediately after, young Master Shin was sent flying while vomiting blood. Half of his body was trampled and turned into a bloody mist. "Brother Shen," Wan Gong roared. "Hi you, Min," and the others turned pale with fright. Ching Ching and the woman in the black dress were also pale with fright. The other young Sky Prides roared as well. "Damn it, how dare you attack? Do you know who we are? You're all dead." They had achieved success at a young age and were surrounded by stars. He Chung placed everyone in the world in his eyes. At this moment, after receiving such a blow, how could he not roar? He really didn't know what death was. The purple-robed young man sneered when he saw this scene. The other experts frowned as well. Aren't these people too arrogant? This was 10,000 Herb Hall's territory. Did they really think that they were puppets? Indeed, a black-armored guard at the side said coldly, "Do you all have a high status? Who here isn't stronger than you? If you dare to provoke our 10,000 Herb Hall again, we'll kill you all." This voice shook the heavens and earth. Terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. In an instant, Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the rest shuddered as their faces paled. However, there were still some people who gritted their teeth and said, unwillingly, "We know that we were wrong to make a move. We broke the rules. But why can that kid get away with it? We must punish him. We must punish him all. Otherwise, we won't accept it." "Yes, I won't accept it." Young Master Shin also roared. Half of his broken body had already healed. However, the blood on his body was still abnormally glaring. He was the young master of the Shun family. He was also a Sky Pride of the Tiangang sect. When had he ever suffered such a thing? Therefore, he roared like a madman. "What a bunch of reckless youngsters! Up until now, don't you know who you're beating? You're beating up an honored guest of the Bloody Blade King. How dare you beat up an honored guest of the 10,000 Herb Hall? Do you want to die?" The black-armored captain snorted coldly and roared to the 9 heavens. Wan Gong and the others were instantly stunned, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Young Master Shin seemed to have been grabbed by the neck, and he instantly fell silent. Their souls trembled. At that moment, they finally saw the scene around them clearly. Everyone sitting there had a powerful aura that was even more terrifying than Wan Gang's, especially the 2 people sitting on the north and south sides. Their auras were even more terrifying. They were like demonic mountains that made people tremble. When they saw the imposing man and the sea of blood around him, Wan Gong and the others finally broke down. The Bloody Blade King. To be able to sit in such a position and have such an aura in the 10,000 Herb Hall. Only the true boss of the 10,000 Herb Hall, the Bloody Blade King. You're the Bloody Blade King." Wan Gang's voice trembled. His companions around him also trembled. They had all heard of the Bloody Blade King's name. He was a true overlord. He was far from being someone that young Sky Prides like them could compare to. Therefore, Wan Gong hurriedly straightened his posture and said respectfully, "I'm a disciple of the Tiangang sect's Wan family. This is a misunderstanding. I hope that you can give face to the Tiangang sect and the Wan family." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. The Bloody Blade King sat there arrogantly and spoke in a low voice. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You injured my honored guest here, and you dare say it's a misunderstanding? Also, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to give you face?" At this point, The sea of blood around them surged. It was like two blood dragons that coiled in the air and enveloped Gong and the others. Gong, Haiyu, and the surrounding sky prides all trembled when they sensed this overflowing blood-colored aura. It was too powerful. It was so powerful that they couldn't resist at all. Nephew Jean, I'll leave it to you to deal with these people. The Bloody Blade King ignored Gong and the others. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced youth in purple. Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth grinned. Thank you, Bloody Blade King. He stood up and walked over to young Master Shin and the others with a sinister smile. I've said it before. If you dare to hit me, you won't be able to walk out of the 10,000 Herb Hall today. Do you think I'm just playing with you? Now you're finally in my hands. I won't let you off. I'll torture you to death bit by bit. As he spoke, he pointed at young Master Shin, Gong, and the other sky prides. Their faces were pale and unsightly, as if they were being targeted by a devil. The purple-clothed youth then looked at Haiyu, Ching, and the black-dressed woman. You little beauties, of course I have to enjoy you. Don't worry. As long as you serve the young master well, I won't kill you. Instead, I'll reward you greatly. The arrogant voice rang out, but no one spoke. This was because the purple-clothed youth's identity wasn't simple. He was the son of the Metal Sword King. Chapter 30, 117. Haiyu was so scared that her face turned pale. Yumin was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Ching and the black-clothed woman's faces darkened. Ching snorted. I'm from the Qing family. How dare you touch me? Yes, I'm from the Shen family too. If you touch me, the Shen family won't let you off. These prodigies all brought up their families. The names of their families and sects came out one after another, shocking the other kings in the hall. It seemed that this group of people wasn't simple. With them gathered together, it would probably cause quite a bit of damage to the 10,000 Herb Hall. Therefore, many people looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch waved his hand, not caring at all. They were just disciples of these large families and sects, not the family heads or sect leaders of these families. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. This was because he had the support of an even more powerful figure behind him. Once such a figure appeared, these family heads and sect leaders wouldn't dare to be impudent. Seeing that the Bloody Blade Monarch wasn't moved, Gong and the others' hearts fell into an abyss. For the first time, they realized that their identities were no longer useful. This made them feel a sense of despair. Men, bring these women to the side. Break the men's limbs first. I'll torture them later. The purple-clothed man revealed a sinister smile. Hearing this, the black-armored lord immediately grabbed Ching, the black-clothed woman, Haiyu, Yumin, and the others. Let go! These people shouted. They weren't weak, so when they erupted, their auras were terrifying. However, the black-armored army was even more terrifying. Moreover, they were controlling the array formation of the 10,000 Herb Hall. The runes in the sky were like a galaxy enveloping these people, making it impossible for them to resist. A man in black armor attacked fiercely, like a fiend god. Ka! Instantly, young Master Shin and the young cultivators around him had their legs broken, and they knelt on the ground. Pum! Gong was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, his legs weren't broken. This is interesting. Heavenly astral body? But it's useless. It's not enough in front of me. The black-armored man shouted coldly, and a large foot came stomping down. The void trembled, and a large pitch-black crack appeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Gong tried his best to block, but he couldn't. This stomp broke both of his legs. Gong kneeled on the ground and screamed like a madman. Also, you come over here as well. The black-armored man looked at Feng Hao again. Feng Hao's face was incomparably pale. He had never imagined that he would be embroiled in such a quarrel just by coming to meet Ching. He was not familiar with these people at all. In fact, This was the first time he had met them. But would these people listen to his explanation? Fong Hao clenched his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. When his legs were broken, he only let out a muffled groan, not a scream. This scene shocked the black-armored man. He didn't expect that even though his cultivation was the weakest, his willpower wasn't bad. However, since you've provoked our 10,000 herb haul, you're dead meat. Fong Hao didn't say a word. Beads of sweat flowed down his body, and his body trembled slightly. At that moment, Ching Ching said, "Release him. He's not familiar with us, he's only passing by." Hearing this, the black-armored man didn't say a word, but the purple-clothed youth laughed. "Not familiar? How can I be with you if I'm not familiar with you? What's wrong, little girl? Do you like him? Don't worry. I'll let you have your fill in front of him later." At this point, his gaze kept wandering around Ching Ching's body, and his large hands reached out. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. "Damn it, get lost!" Ching Ching screamed, but she was bound by the chains formed by the array formation and couldn't resist at all. "Damn this guy!" Seeing this scene, Fong Hao roared and rushed out, directly shattering the purple-clothed man's large hand. Boom! A large black hole appeared in the void, and Fong Hao retreated with his head broken and bleeding. Seeing this scene, Ching Ching screamed. She didn't expect that, at the last moment, none of her friends would help her. Only Fong Hao saved her. This touched her heart very much. When the purple-clothed youth saw this scene, he was also furious. "Kid, it seems that you really want to die. How dare you interfere in my business?" He sent Fong Hao flying with a kick. Fong Hao's bones were broken again, and half of his body was crushed. Clang! The purple-clothed man didn't seem to have vented his anger. He drew his long sword and walked forward. With this sword, Fong Hao's body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Ching Ching screamed in grief, while Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the others trembled. No one dared to go forward to save her. They knew that Fong Hao was dead for sure. At this critical moment, the door of the hall was opened again. This sudden scene caused everyone in the hall to turn their heads and look over. The purple-clothed man frowned, and his long sword stopped in midair. When the black-armored man saw this scene, he shouted coldly, "Didn't I say that no matter what happened, no one was to disturb me? Do you want to die?" The middle-aged deacon who came in trembled. The sea of blood in the sky and the terrifying killing intent in the surroundings wanted to pierce through him. "The matter is too important, and I don't dare to make the decision. I can only ask Madame Hua to step in." "What's the matter?" Madame Hua also frowned and cautiously glanced at the Bloody Blade Monarch. Seeing that the Bloody Blade Monarch didn't stop her, Madame Hua asked again, "Madame, someone wants to buy 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that are more than 5,000 years old. Moreover, the goods have already been checked out and are waiting for the final price. I don't dare to make the decision and can only ask Madame Hua." "What?" When these words came out, all the powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Many of their hands were trembling slightly. Madame Hua squinted her eyes and emitted a piercing cold light. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch was shocked. He asked in a deep voice, 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that were more than 5,000 years old. Who was it that was so generous? Which sect master was it? Only the sect masters of the great sects or the top clans would be able to afford such a price. "It's me." Before the middle-aged deacon could speak, a voice came from outside the hall. Following that, a figure walked in. It was a handsome young man in red with fluttering black hair. He slowly walked into the hall with his hands behind his back. When they saw the young man in red, all the powerhouses present were stunned. They didn't recognize such an unfamiliar face. Moreover, wasn't he too young? Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the others were stunned. "What? It's him." They naturally recognized the young man in red. Wasn't he Fong Hao's companion? Did he really want 50 stalks of spiritual herbs that were more than 5,000 years old? What a joke! 50 stalks of king herbs. How could he afford it? These people were about to go crazy. However, looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be very calm and confident. Could it be that he was really a genius young master of a great hidden family? When they thought of this, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. If he was really such a person, he could definitely contend with the 10,000 herb hull. If that was the case, they would be saved. Brother Lin, you're here. Fong Hao said weakly from the side. Chapter 31:18. At this moment, Fong Hao was in an abnormally miserable state. His legs were broken, and there were many wounds on his body. Fresh blood dyed his body red. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. Who did this to you? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. He was indeed angry. The first person he met on the Origin returning star was Fong Hao. Fong Hao was very honest and had brought him along to search for spirit herbs. He even treated him as a true friend. Lin Xian did not look down on him because he was weak. He was also a true friend, but now he had only left for a short while, and Fong Hao was beaten to such a state. He absolutely could not tolerate it. At the same time, he saw Wan Gong, young Master Shin, and the others kneeling on the ground. Their legs were broken, and their flesh was badly mangled. It was obvious that these people were not the ones who did it. These people were also injured. Even Qing Qing and the others were imprisoned by the array. It seemed that Fong Hao was implicated. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, Madame Hua, who was in front of him, giggled. So it was this young master. I didn't expect the young master to be so generous. He really wanted to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. I hope the young master can forgive me for my poor judgment. She did not think that Lin Xian had the strength. But now Lin Xian was here, and the goods were checked. She knew that no one dared to make such a joke. The other party definitely wanted these 50 stalks of king herbs. This was definitely not an ordinary youth. He definitely had a great background. The Bloody Blade monarch was also stunned. He asked, "Who is this person?" Speaking of which, this young master had some connections with the people kneeling on the ground. They seemed to have come together. The moment these words came out, all the experts in the hall were surprised. Many of their expressions became very interesting. Opposite him, the metal sword monarch's eyes shone with a golden light that enveloped Lin Xian. Little nephew Jean, when the incident happened, was this young master present? The Bloody Blade monarch asked in a low voice. The purple-clothed youth looked at Lin Xian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He did not have the ability to buy 50 stalks of king herbs. The other party looked younger than him and actually had such wealth. It was really unexpected. However, he shook his head. I don't know this person. Madame Hua and the Bloody Blade monarch heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It seemed like there was no enmity between the two sides. The Bloody Blade monarch said with a smile, "This young master, 50 king herbs, the price was negotiable. Moreover, he could give the young master a great discount. He could even let the young master take this person away." With that, he pointed at Fong Hao. "However, it's impossible for the others to leave after scolding the guests who offended me." When these words were spoken, the hearts of Wan Gong and the others sank to the bottom of the ocean. They looked at Fong Hao with envy. Hai Yu, in particular, couldn't believe it. She had always looked down on this young man, but he actually had such an identity. He could buy 50 stalks of king herbs. He could even make the Bloody Blade King give him face. This was something that Wan Gong could not do at all. Thinking of this, Hai Yu was extremely regretful. Wan Gong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Why? How could this kid be so powerful? He was the genius of the Heavenly Dipper sect, the young master of the Wan clan. They would not be able to contend against the Bloody Blade monarch. Their legs would be broken and they would be slaughtered. But what about the other party? He could actually make the Bloody Blade monarch treat him like this. He was going crazy with jealousy. However, he knew that he could not be jealous. He hurriedly looked at Lin Xian, hoping that he would save him. Hai Yu, who was at the side, was even more excited. "Young master, please save me. I'm willing to pay any price." Lin Xian ignored Haiyu, Wan Gong, and the others. He looked directly at Feng Hao. With a wave of his hand, a green light flew out and enveloped Feng Hao. Instantly, Feng Hao's broken legs and the cracks on his body quickly recovered. This scene shocked the experts in the main hall once again. What a magical ability! It could actually heal a person's injuries. Was this a wood-type martial artist? These people were shocked. Feng Hao felt like he was in a dream. The injuries just now had an extremely strong, murderous aura that he could not erase. He could only endure it with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would heal him with a light wave of his hand. Could it be that the brother Lin he knew was an expert? However, he was only an early-stage 9-star martial artist. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. "Thank you, brother Lin, for saving me." Feng Hao cupped his fists gratefully. Lin Xian smiled. "You and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite." Speaking of this, his face turned gloomy. A cold, murderous aura bloomed in his eyes. Not just anyone can touch the friends of Lin Xian. "Who was the one who injured you just now?" It was Feng Hao wanted to say something, but stopped. He was not an arrogant person. Moreover, he knew that although Lin Xian was strong, he was not strong enough to face the Bloody Blade Monarch. Seeing that Feng Hao did not speak, Lin Xian looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch and said loudly, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who injured my friend and kill him. I can spare your lives." "What?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was like a bolt from the blue, struck dumb. The Bloody Blade Monarch was stunned. Then he looked up and laughed. The others laughed as well. His voice shook the 9 heavens. Black holes appeared in the sky, and the blood sea surged. Wan Gong, young Master Shen, and the others were stunned. Haiyu was so scared that her face turned pale. Did this kid want to die? How dare he say such words to the Bloody Blade Monarch? What a reckless brat. Who did he think he was? Did he think he could fight against the Bloody Blade Monarch by buying 50 king herbs? This kid might not be able to buy the king herbs today. He might even lose his life here. As expected, the Bloody Blade Monarch stopped talking. The blood sea on his body turned into 9 dragons and circled behind him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, what did you just say? You want to kill all of us? Who do you think you are?" The black-armored man sneered. "I know you are rich. You must have an extraordinary identity to be able to buy 50 king herbs. Moreover, that move just now should be from a wood elemental martial artist. May I know which clan you are from? However, even your clan leader wouldn't dare to be so impudent in front of the Bloody Blade Monarch. Hurry up and kneel, kowtow and apologize. Otherwise I won't be polite." The black-armored man was the captain of the 10,000 Herb Hall's guards. Previously, he was the one who broke the legs of Feng Hao and the others. At this moment, the black-armored man looked down at Lin Xian from above. Everyone was extremely nervous. Feng Hao exclaimed and wanted to dissuade Lin Xian. However, the next moment he was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the black-armored man, snorted, and raised his hand. A large golden hand descended from the sky. With a bang, the black-armored man was slapped to the ground. Half of the black-armored man's body was instantly turned into a bloody mist. "Ah!" A wretched scream rang out. It was like a ghost screaming as blood spurted out. Chapter 30, 119. The dignified captain of the law enforcement team, a late-stage 9-star powerhouse, was seriously injured by a young man's slap. It was unbelievable. The powerhouses in the hall were stunned. Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the others' minds went blank. Everything that had happened since Lin Xian's arrival was simply too shocking. Every one of them was like a dream. Now, they were even more scared silly. "Ah, damn, kid, I'm going to kill you." The black-armored man screamed crazily, and his broken body quickly healed. He got up from the ground and wanted to attack again. However, in the next moment he was crushed by a golden foot again, and his body was torn into pieces. He was firmly trampled on the ground. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly as he stepped on the black-armored man with one foot, "This is your last chance. Whoever did it, stand out and let me kill you. The others can live. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his killing intent surged and swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, no one dared to doubt his words. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Xian stared at the purple-clothed young man. Suddenly, the purple-clothed young man trembled in fear, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. However, he still gritted his teeth and roared, "Kid, why are you looking at me? It was me who did it. Kill me if you can. See if my father doesn't slap you to death." His father was an extremely terrifying, invincible king. Even the Bloody Blade King had to be careful, let alone this young man in front of him. As long as his father made a move, he could kill him with a sword. "You did it. Very well." Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and grabbed at the purple-clothed young man. "You're courting death." Seeing this, all the kings in the hall were furious. In an instant, 3 of them rushed over. 2 of them protected the purple-clothed young man, and 1 of them attacked Lin Xian. Whoosh! Bang! Ah! The purple-clothed young man screamed as he was slapped away. Half of his face was smashed, and his body turned into a bloody mist. The attacker had only managed to attack Lin Xian's illusion. This scene caused an uproar in the hall. The kings all stood up, their killing intent exploding. Wan Gong, Haiyu, and the others were stupefied. Who was this person? His methods were too powerful. He actually dared to openly oppose the 10,000 herb hull. Madame Hua was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. The middle-aged deacon was even more stunned. Wasn't he here to buy spirit herbs? Why did they start fighting? He shivered and hid at the side. The Bloody Blade Monarch's eyes shone with a cold light as blood-colored runes spread out from his body. "Good kid. How many years has it been since someone dared to attack me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Close the door and get into formation. Don't let anyone out." Following the Bloody Blade Monarch's order, the entire hall lit up with countless runes. They were densely packed and emitted a terrifying aura. "Boss, should we kill these people?" Many kings looked at Wan Gong and the others. The Bloody Blade Monarch said, "Get them out first and watch them carefully. After I kill this kid, I'll deal with these people." Wan Gong and the others had extraordinary statuses, so they could make good use of them. Who knows, they might even be able to extort a huge sum of money from these clans. Therefore, he didn't kill Wan Gong and the others for now. Even Fong Hao was enveloped by the array and sent out of the hall. Only the experts from the Myriad Herb Hall and Lin Xian were left in the hall. Lin Xian didn't care as he left a strand of sword energy in Fong Hao's body. With this sword energy, Fong Hao wouldn't be in danger. As for the lives of the others, he didn't care. "Father, kill him. You must kill him. Take revenge for me." After the purple-clothed youth's body reformed, he went to the fat, middle-aged man's side and screamed like a madman. The middle-aged man, who was the Metal Sword Monarch, sat up straight. He didn't attack, but looked at the Bloody Blade Monarch. The Bloody Blade Monarch said, "Brother Jean, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter and capture this kid personally. Go, capture him for me." Following the Bloody Blade Monarch's order, more than a dozen experts quickly attacked and surrounded Lin Xian once more. "Die for me." An old man opened his mouth and spat out a heavenly river. The blue heavenly river was like lightning and contained immense power. Whoa! The other woman took out an ancient mirror. Countless light runes flew out from the ancient mirror and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! A blue-clothed, middle-aged man waved his hand, and countless runes interweaved to form a large net that descended from the sky. Rays of light rose as these people attacked with all their strength. More than a dozen invincible kings working together was truly terrifying and could destroy everything. Even the Bloody Blade Monarch and the Metal Sword Monarch might not be able to resist and could only dodge, let alone this kid in front of them. You don't know what's good for you. You actually dare to bully me. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled as he looked at the divine abilities rushing at him from all directions. These people were all invincible kings. In the eyes of others, they were extremely powerful, but in his eyes they were nothing. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed in all directions. Boom! The overflowing silver river surged in all directions and was directly shattered. The flickering net was also torn to pieces. The ancient mirror was also shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. In just an instant, the offensive divine abilities of more than a dozen invincible kings were all broken. How was this possible? The dozen or so invincible kings were stunned, and their bodies began to tremble. At this moment, the Metal Sword Monarch and the Bloody Blade Monarch also stood up. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. However, what shocked them was yet to come. Lin Xian bent his index finger slightly and then flicked out a sword wave that flew in all directions with him as the center. Puff! 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 The invincible kings were enveloped by the sword wave and their bodies were instantly shattered. Corpses fell from the sky as a bloody mist filled the air. It was a scene of hell on earth. Madame Hua was stunned, the purple-clothed youth was stunned, the Metal Sword Monarch was stunned, and the Bloody Blade Monarch was also stunned. Especially the Bloody Blade Monarch and the Metal Sword Monarch. Their scalps went numb. Those were more than a dozen invincible kings. How terrifying was it when they attacked together. Even they did not dare to resist and could only rely on their speed to dodge. However, the other party had broken all their divine abilities with a light wave of his hand. And with a light wave of his hand, he had killed these invincible kings. Why did it look like a legend? I said before, don't attack me and don't provoke me. Do you still want to continue? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. His voice was not loud, but when it landed in the ears of these people, it was like a clap of thunder that made their bodies tremble. Kid, who exactly are you? The Bloody Blade Monarch gritted his teeth and asked. Me. My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which family are you from? Which sect are you from? The Metal Sword Monarch also kept roaring. He was really frightened. Such a young man with such means. Could he be one of those terrifying existences? But that was impossible. Why would such a genius be here? Why would he be related to Fong Hao and the others?